thankfully doesn't pick up, marks the start of today's stream. And I have a handful of things to do before we get things underway. Ready for a thumbnail today. Look at this. Swap those around at one point. We'll deal with it as we need to. Perth. Now, fortunately, we did not get a hold of the Danax for what's-his-face last time. Eagles, boat, whatever. Maybe not. Nefja. Done a bit more thinking, and to be honest, I do think it's just going to be overall better for us to keep Nefja in the party. But we will be doing some experimentation later.
This is a strange town. No attempts have been made to fortify it, yet its peace remains unbroken. The people here must be fierce indeed.
One way of looking at it. One way of looking at it indeed, Asleifer Grimlardarsson. Forgot. That could have been awkward. That could have been fucking awkward. Yeah, it could have been awkward.
On Orkney, I once prepared my crew to raid Perth. Then the Skull Cleavers showed up, promising an easier, wealthier target. I sometimes wonder what might have been.
You attempted to attack Perth with a ragtag band you attacked us with. That would not have gone very well. What I like about Gunnar is the fact that the guy is towering over most people. Talk to the blacksmith on the way out, because the blacksmith's a bit of a dick. Ulach is idly chewing a leaf of some description as you approach. My favourite Viking. My favourite Viking. That discount still stands if you need anything. Can you talk to the disease that is plaguing Aethura back home? At last! Somebody asked me about a bloody disease. I don't mean to be insensitive, but I'm just about fed up with curses and evil spirits. Yeah, it's Helsott. Aye, I've heard of it. I believe it's caused by the bite of some tiny forest creature. The Macbarach clan has had some grave troubles by the damn thing. And if they knew how to treat it... Well, if they know, they do know how to treat it. I'm afraid they're a bunch of salty little shats. As the greatest of Constantine's opposition, he alone among all has resisted the alliance, and his clan attacks all who intrude upon their home. Yeah, well, let's fuck him up then. If you insist on taking the cure there, you can find Mechanic's clan in the forest southeast of Perth. Be sure to come prepared for a fight. I said we would talk to the blacksmith, so let's go talk to him because he's a bit of a salty gun. An old man is wearing the leathers of a blacksmith, sits in front of the smithy. Reclined against the wall, looks like he's sleeping, but he glances at you out of the corner of his eyes. Well, Matt, do you take commissions? Pass off! I don't serve your fucking kind around here! My kind? Meaning strangers. I don't know you, and I'm not helping you. Now fuck off! From the back of the smithy emerges a young man with the skin of his naked torso bronze from the heat of the forge. With a glaze at his master, he quickly evaluates the situation. He beckons you to come over with a backwards nod. Your master is a bit of a cunt. Aye, he is that too. Lazy bastard he is. Yes, I'm lifting a finger in this place for fucking years. So, how can I help you, you beautiful girl, you beautiful lass even? I take from the way you carry yourself, you're here to commission a brooch or any pot for the kitchen. So, do you specialize in arms or armour? I can make as good a suit of armour as anyone around here, but my specialty is weaponry. Well, I'm not get busy shoeing horses or mending pots. Alright, well, let's see how good you are. That's fair. Holy shit. Preposterous prices. But he can make just as good. Oh, can he really? Well, I don't have the hide for it, but he is able to make good armor, so that's interesting. But in the weapon department, anything that he can make, we can make, and we don't have to pay, you know, a preposterous amount of fucking money for it. But that's the downside of being a bit of a prick every once in a while. People aren't gonna be akin to like you very much. 3 points with the Picts, 12 with Northumbria. It'll get better as we do various different deeds. Greetings! So this is the McDonough Dillon farm. Forest clearing. Outside camp is occupied. Just go there to start off with then. How's your day been so far? I suppose with you the question isn't how. Yeah, with you the question shouldn't be how's your day going, as being have you assumed direct control? Can I make like the knife of all knives yet? Almost. And considering the current knife we have is this. It is substantially better. I'm still just gonna wait till I can max it out. I wanted to look at armor. Boom, boom. And let's put on armor oil. And let's have him craft that. So, the question is, if I assign meat, 7 meat will spoil. Witchcraft, preserve, and Adis can preserve. 1 meat will spoil. Preserve. Any interesting things to tinker? Unfortunately not. Okay, I know this one. You stand on a plain, a grayness that extends to the end of vision. You are tired. Sleep fills you like a shadow slipping into the space of your body occupies, supplanting you until you are more tired than you are alive. Did you see the question I sent you in Discord, by the way? A man steps out of the grayness, shapeless figure dithering into the existence. You can't see his face, but you remember him. Grimnir? He nods heavily. Willkommen to Hellheimer. More figures appear now, rising from the ground. They float lazily, aimlessly away from you, heads hung low, feet dragging heavily. The wanderer turns his back on you and begins to walk.
It's not over, do you hear me? I'll find you, Harold. I'll make you pay for what you and your daughter did to me.
If you kill a lot of people for the sake of killing them, they will be in this area at this point in the game. Which is neat, but we did spare Erlinger's son, so they're not going to be here. We spared Erlinger himself, of course. Who else did we spare? I'm pretty sure, I haven't tested this, but if you kill Aslifer, I'm fairly sure he would be here. I'm not quite sure about Gunnar the Peaceful. I would presume he'd still be here. You make a choice, and then you make another. With your nose against the strings, you cannot see the pattern in the weave. One day you'll take a step back and see the fucking twat. I've not brought you here. Such a thing is not my pursuit. Your fear is what brought me here. Ya bastard. You will find this place with a ghost of innocence. This is the price you pay to be remembered. Understand, dude. I don't understand that at all. You blink once, twice. You're sitting up in your tent, heart beating like the wings of a frightened bird. Your sweat drips from your brows and onto your chest. The bleak landscape from your dream slowly fades from sight, and you finally manage to convince yourself that you're back in your tent on the other side of the thin canvas. Nothing moves except the wind. Take some time before you're able to drift to sleep. Oiled, vigilant mail armor. Avoid crit? That's sort of a moot point, isn't it? I think I'll take that now to begin with. Give this to you, Roscoe. I mean, don't get me wrong, that is better for us Lightfoot. And you know what, sure. You're wearing fur, and the last remaining guy back at camp is Kettle, and Kettle ain't wearing shit. Give you that, I'll give the same to Kettle. Kettle has things. You can take, no, take a water skin. Water skins are good. Water skin, antidote. Let's go here. And then let's head for the forest clearing. That is the first part of the stronghold having been accomplished and built. To support larger warships, this is sort of irrelevant, but we still want this to be built. So why don't we... So each one reduces it by 2 days per slave. For a week, I don't think is worth it, but when it's you're reducing it by Yeah, we're wearing mail. Normally I do this stealth, but I do think we're actually in a very good position to be able to do this loud. Sounds complicated. Technically we should do this because we are doing this relatively sneakily, but we'll give this a try. It's been a while. I'll just reload the actual save if this doesn't pan out. Ready weapons. Well, our sliver's dead. There's way too many arrows here for that not to be the case. He's not dead. Okay, okay. Like I said, there's just a hell of a lot of them. We just need to get to that chest. That makes sense. I think if we kept back there, because the only thing that killed him was he got stunned there. Because we do possess the ability to do that. Between... No, Adis just needs to chill there, I think. Do we just make both of these bleed? Yeah. Let's just do a Bane Retreat. Nefja is very slow in this armor, actually. This is just a regular mail shirt. I would presume it is. If we had an archer, this would be a very good opportunity just to twang some shots into this. I'm not as concerned about what they can do right now, but we'll take a look when we need to. Still fine. None of the other stuff here matters. We'll just give that to you. They're gonna take care of him. That ain't allowed. That ain't allowed.
It hurts. It hurts.
Ain't allowed. Are you high? No. Roscoe, I got a light laceration. No. Not at all. But we were just coming in there at a very awkward style and location. But let's do the stealth then. It's going to be woefully easier. Nefja looks relieved to be back among her friends. Made it. This must be it. And get back to Skjern as soon as possible. I once spent about 2 hours or something trying to win that fight once because I was committed to doing it proper. I was eventually able to do it, but I haven't really done it since because it's just not fucking worth it. You get fuck all. We will be tired by the time we get there, right? So we'll go here and then we'll go back down to this campsite and take our stay there. Yeah, let's have a bit of a rest again. Did Kettle not successfully hunt shit last time, or what? You can guard. Assume the other one is Roskva. Adis can just chill. motherfucker. Howling wind whips up your hair and stings your flesh and your eyes with a sharp snowflake. You feel lightheaded and it's difficult to breathe. An endless range of jagged mountain peaks stretches onto the horizon. The wind carries clawing of ravens and the howlings of wolves become aware that someone is watching you. Enjoy the view. Let's do deep Scandinavian. Enjoying the view. You can see everything from here. You can see right to the end. How will this end? For me, it will end with eternal winter. Snow scarlet from the blood of the gods. For you, you'll have to ask the Norns, but they are not very talkative as of late. It is not all predetermined, of course. The major lines have been laid out for you, but not so much branches on a tree as strings unraveling at the end of a frayed rope. I have no say. The old man lets his gaze wander uphill toward the night sky. Thick rivulets of snow whirl from the dark grey clouds. A difficult question under the best of circumstances. Much about a person's course is determined from the beginning. The path you walk now would never have been open to you were you not the daughter of a Thane. Had you been born elsewhere or in a different time, you might have been a philosopher or a slave. You might have spent your entire life staring into a glowing glass. Regardless of life you were born into, your culture shapes you. Had you been a chieftain or a Christian country, you would not have been a warrior. You were also shaped by your upbringing. Had your parents not instilled with you their proud defiance, you would have not crossed the sea to defend your freedom. Yet despite the circumposition that have ruled and restricted you, humanity has an inherent certainty in its own self-deprecation. Even if you decide that your actions are not always your own, you cannot live accordingly. If you feel every fiber of your being that your decisions are your own responsibility, what difference does the naked truth make? No, such guidance would bring you only the illusion of safety. Grimnir begins to turn away, but a thought suddenly strikes him. Many have asked you of your intentions, raider or trader. You begin to see the lie behind that choice. What if peace were never an option? Your story requires drama, and drama requires conflict. If your real choice is which tragedy to perpetrate, then so be it. Things rarely plan out the way you want them to. Grimnir crosses his eyes across his chest. In that realization, you may have just found your key to contentment. Fate has set you on a grim course. You can ride it out, or you can jump off the wagon, or you can double down. It wouldn't be much of a choice if all options led to success. Is where we get Gungir, or is that the next encounter with the fucker? It's not now, I'll tell you that. Alright, let's take a look at this, shall we? Let's have a bit of a look, see what we can get done around here. I have a feeling we're just going to do this violent, bloody murder. Stop where you are, you little scallywag sneaking around in the dark. Who are you? I'm here to meet Conall McTadag. The sentry subjects you to a quick, scrutinous look. Who the hell are you, Skakki? Skakki? What Skakki? I accidentally have to do something. I wrote his name wrong in the description. I wrote his names with V instead of a K. So it's fixed. If I don't do it now, I'd forget. Didn't that girl say Conall was heading out to meet some Norsemen? Gunnar steps forward. I am Skakki. Gunnar gets the same visual treatment as you. The other sentry mutters something and then nods first. Oi, you fit the description. I heard you're headed east to meet on the coast. Plans change. There's safety in the unexpected. True enough. Alright, you may enter. The king's staying in the largest of the houses. Tell you that really gets me fired up. Red hair, that whole innocence thing, it's too much. Aye, she's well bred, that's for sure. I had my way with her before we depart. Conall will have your nuts for it. Well, he's not going to find out, is he? If she screams, he'll know then. Done this before. I know how to keep him quiet. There's the quartermaster. What did you win that by? Tickling someone inappropriately, or did you just assume direct control of their wallet for a little bit? Which marbles? Got one of those things they can put in chat stream thing, and someone gave that away. You lied to those men. Yeah, fucking keep it to yourself. Yeah, how things work with you people. I keep my head down. What's it to you? Good man, that good game. Better than Conall, that's for sure. Always you succeed. Don't get me wrong, you'll only succeed by getting in there, by getting yourself killed, but I'll be happy if you prove me wrong. These swines have stayed there for almost a fortnight. Second thought, that compare parents are unkind to pork kind species. Swines give us pork. A lot of this story has done is drink all my ale. He's no fool, he'll right through you. If his men don't kill you, you'll kill him, but it will make a racket. By the time you come out, everyone will be ready for you. We'll see. You can have him serve poison ale or something, but let's bring Gunnar and let's bring Adis. And let's kill him all. Wasn't picked up on my microphone at the end there, but Conall MacTadig is one of the men whose precise age is hard to pin. Should be fine now? Yeah. Thank you for that, by the way. I would have noticed it eventually, but luckily the music's high enough so it wouldn't be that bad. So this gives us the sword Life Sucker, which is not as good as the Crucible Steel Sword which we got in Perth. And we also managed to take the guy alive by complete accident, truth be told. But Life Sucker's a dang fine sword. He had no name for it, but it feels like it should have one, so now it's called Life Sucker. Damages unarmored humans. It's not that good. I think Mailbiter is, well, it's obviously Mailbiter's the worst sword, but it's overall better with its insane armor piercing value. But in the case of this is wielded by Broskva. Doesn't matter what weapon she's using, she does know how to use it. But when you're playing with a sword character yourself, this is a great stepping sword. Because basically the growth goes Blood Ice or Mailbiter into Life Sucker, and then you can use Life Sucker all the way until you get either Excalibur or your custom-made Crucible swords. In this case, we actually have McGonagall alive, so that's gonna be fun. Oh, he's just standing right there, not caring. We have the quest to potentially leave this guy alive. To not be cruel with the Potter. then I think I will be kind. That is. If he survives. If he doesn't, that's not my problem. Tears favor.
Yeah, I know how to fight. Surprised?
You're supposed to know how to use that fucking shield, you bloody muppet. Where did you run away? Adis can do that. That actually looked pretty funny on him. Do you have hook and smash? Yeah. Do we... Yes, we do that for Nefja. That should be fine. Yeah. We should be able to fully deal with him with a hook and slash this turn. Oh. Yeah, we can do that. Hook and slash. And relentless procced. Adis. In this case, you're gonna move right here, and you're gonna use maneuvering. Everything's working good. Yep. He will take a... Actually, let's do this. Smack for doing this, but she should be fine. Yep.
I'll help.
Thank you.
Not the best for Nefja to be fighting that, but subverted with the shield and we should be good.
You're a worthy opponent.
Why am I making that complicated? It's not complicated. Should have done that the opposite way. It would be better if Aslefer was grappling. I do like how that looks on him. Yay! Unnecessary violence! Sword took a bit of damage. Alright, let's head back to Perth. And then we'll prepare to head back to Skjern with the cure for what's-her-face. And then we'll return to Perth to pursue presume to resume. I think we'll just take a bit of a quick camp here, because I think if we do this, Owl with Tide will be hungry around here. If that happens one more time, I'm gonna be pissed. One more time and I'm gonna be pissed. Ada sells available shifts. Again, we're just gonna eat most of the meat, so no point. Just make up. Moping around while clutching her jaw. She has a really bad tooth. We should deal with it before it gets worse. Pull it out and carefully tie string around the other. Tie one of your horses. Poor Neon. Rhea slaps the horse's ass, sending the startled creature darting out to the outskirts of camp, popping the tooth right out of its socket. Poor Nefja. Poor Nefja. That's gotta suck. Gotta be really, really bad. Not worth it. We're going straight into Perth. Right into Perth, indeed.
Air is strangely fresh for how many people live here. Wonder what they do with their garbage.
I'm not sure we want to know the answer to that question, my dear. Bum, bum, bum. We turn that this way. Will it be better to hear me when I'm talking in this general direction? It seems to be, so that's good. Then we'll have to remember how the fuck Constantine was talking, huh? I know Graham was something along the lines of this, but this is a bit weird for a bit of a Scottish accent and Scottish swang to it, isn't it? Oh. Okay. I'm quickly gonna look to educate myself. Pronunciation. Could be a bit of an iffy situation, but it should just be for about 30 seconds. I swear most of those channels are fucking useless, dude. This used to be Constantine. Well, that doesn't feel right. But we'll do with Constantine. MacFergusa is now somewhat less disputed king of the Picts, regards you with the curiosity of a crow watching a battle. I thought I'd made myself rather clear last time we spoke. I bring forth Conall MacTirig, whom I have taken as a prisoner. This may be the most single audacious deed the city has ever seen. Why in the name of everything that's fucking holy have you done this? Conall is being a bit of a dick, and we punished him by kicking his naughty bits. A secret meeting with Vikings, you say? It'll be quite interesting to hear what kind of schemes will the old dog was up to if he arrives long enough to talk about it, that is. Someone get this fucking off out of here. I'll play my cards on the table, you dog. Victavia's been a strange country for many a year. We've had a king, but no one really gave a truck who the damn thing was. Until I came around, I've been working on gathering all of us under one banner to pronounce a unified front against all our enemies. But it ain't that easy. I'm in a bit of a tricky situation around here. But it's tough. I have my duties to deal with, you see. And these duties will mean I'll need your help. More than I should have any right to ask for. But if you want an alliance, you'll have to help out. It's just how the way this situation's gonna work. So we'll ask you to act as one agent, same way Grain does. Sure. And I put my trust in you. Jarl of Orkney? That's not official yet. That's just rumors. Places a hand on your shoulder, then I put my trust in you. So we serve as mercenaries for a foreign power? Shut up. Wasn't the mercenary work that killed Arthane, as I recall, it was the riches. It was the mercenary raids that he brought back the greatest riches. Already you've done much for me in a great... Yeah, whatever. I fucked that up. Now I can turn my attention to a matter that's troubled me for a long time, religion. I'm Christian. Most of the clans out here in the Picthaven now are Christians, but those that aren't, they're bickering, squabbling, and all sorts of other unfortunate things happening that we really need to put a stop to if we are to get good gains out of this. Raises a hand toward Grain as though inviting her to join the conversation, but she elects to stay put. Beautiful Grain exemplifies how this problem must be solved. She is capable of carrying Christ in her heart while paying tribute to the old gods as well. I have built a great church to win the favour of my fellow Christians, but I must show the pagans among us I am tolerant of their beliefs as well. There. Yeah, whatever. If I am to unify the old faith and the new, we need a religious leader. One who knows the perfect way to achieve this if the stories are true. Grain knows of the particular of the matter. Go on. And tell her what... Let her tell you what you need to do. Conall's death has opened many new possibilities. I suddenly have more plans to make. With that, Constantine turns his back on you, an unambitious signal that you are excused. Grain flashes you a brilliant grin. So you captured Conall MacTirig? I've been trying to hunt that bastard down for months. How on earth did you find him? If he tricked the quartermaster, told me the quartermaster had a thing for a potter girl here in Perth, so I tricked her into telling me where he was going. Oh, yes. Nefja did tell me she offered to join you, but you turned her down, eh? Didn't figure how much of a warrior, eh? You're a loss. Anyway, where were we? Constantine needs you to demonstrate somehow that he's not going to purge the pagan stragglers. Soon as his power is certified, he's decided he needs a figurehead for him. Now this is troublesome, since the days of the Roman, paganism's had it's near on rough. It's had it rough around these parts. Some things were nice and organised under the Druids, but the Romans then killed them all. Except one, or so the story goes. And here's the kicker. They say he's still alive. What? Aye, he's still alive. That's what the stories tell you. Can you believe that shite? If the man is alive, he must be almost 1,000 years old. The last of the Druids. Imagine that. Can't wait to meet him. Aye, ask him what his diet's like. Wouldn't mind living to be 1,000 years old. Just as long as he's not, I don't know, merge with a tree or something. Now, we don't know where he is. We don't know his name. But we do know his name. Meriden Emeris. But that's all we got going. Now this is all of Conall and McTeal trouble we have had time to look into, but I have to. Now with all the Conall and McTeal trouble, we haven't had much time to look into it. But when I have asked around about him, I found that the pagans tend to be tight-lipped, to say the least. They don't trust me on account of my Christianity. And the big flapping battle crow I've tattooed on my face doesn't make up for it, apparently. But you're not Christian. You ought to be able to get more out of those paranoid bastards, eh? Admittedly, they do have good reason to be on their guards, but still. Where? The only place I know the pagans are reliably still gathering is at the Sea Henge, out on the coast. We should probably start by asking around there. Maybe somebody will know a thing or two about the druid. Alright. And once you do, you'll be one step closer to your alliance with Constantine and the King of Octavia. Not pronouncing that. Fuck off. Not even attempting. Fuck that. He said he built a great big old church. Can we go burn that church? If Nvidia shits itself one more time, I'm just going to make this an overall short stream for about 2-3 hours. Should be the Church of Troy should be right on up there. Yeah. Let's see here. Some of the churches in this game are a bit annoying because you can only raid them at certain. Well, you can raid them whenever you want, but some of them are a bit ample in their protection. This is definitely one of them. They will lessen their protection at one point. This one's not the worst. Let's do... I forgot we need to go deliver the cure for the Helsott. Let's do that before we waste another day, shall we? Wait. Motherfucker! Will you Scottish Bastards think you can do anything to me. They are not doing a nantush. Fuck you. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good fuck for that. Scatter shot, yeah. Alright, let's take a look. The 80 range, 80 range, 100 range. Aslife are still really slacking in the defense department. He's 50% chance with a shield. Ada's is just completely fucking immortal. That's the primary reason why I think she's just so great. She's just so great because she just does whatever the fuck she wants in terms of... It's so difficult to deal with her. It's just hilarious. Yeah, just give Aslifer a strike and he can just take care of that guy. Man, move it in. What's your range? Yeah, you're good enough. I mean, you already knew that would never connect, so I don't know why you did that. Move it in. Alright. Yeah, that DR on that person was pretty good. Nail biter. You didn't even use your sword. Did you step on it? Alright, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Are there snakes in northern Scotland? I don't know. Then again, the wound can be quite bad rather than the actual bite. I think that's a bit of a myth conception. Snakes in Scotland. Adders are the only native snake and the only venomous reptile found in Scotland. We'll just have Hulda treat it, like I'm not too concerned about it. Roll faster! Waves are calm, the dark eyes making slow progress. Suddenly Nefja yelps. I got one! Nefja has been trailing a line lazily off the stern, and she's now braced against the stakes with both feet, fighting some enormous sea creature. I'm not letting you go, you big bastard! Nefja fights for the fish a long time, drawing cheers and encouragement from everyone. Fortunately, the fish was no match for Nefja's endurance, and eventually she hauls it onto the ship. Everyone cheers as Aslifer quickly gets to work filleting and preserving the catch. And we gain 10 rations. I'm actually surprised Nefja was able to do that. Nefja has 6 somewhat endurance or so. Not quite sure she doesn't have that much. Nefja has... So for 7, okay. As soon as you landed, Nefja flew off the ship in a hurry to deliver the cure. You want to catch up with her. She and Björgdis are helping her sister drink. Come on, take your time. Careful not to spill anything. Stands up, brushes hands up. She looks worried. We don't all we can. All we can do is wait. Can't thank you enough for helping me with this. I don't know what I would have done with anything. I hope it's over. Yeah, so too. With all hopes and respect, that should be fixing our hunger ailments as well, hopefully. It didn't. So we're still hungry and tired, so we need to take a break the second we get back to the British Isles. We finished the pier, yeah. It's definitely a nicer pier. What should we do next? Should we just do something for the blacksmith for the sake of it? As stated, we don't really need the armor, so I think we should go with the weapons for the salvage. We still have plenty of time before the game's over. We don't have to spend our slaves just yet. Next time we're going to be returning... I don't know when, really. If we had a particularly bad run, our first month is nearly over. Now it is the month of May, when merry lads are playing. Fa la 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 la, fa la 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 la.
I like this place. It feels kind of unruly for a city, as if all the clans here are just one mug of ale away from tearing each other's throats out.
I think that says more about you than it does the people here, Kettle. Ketil, din jävla idiot. Du vet ju inte bättre än det där. Jävla... Kan inte göra sånt, det är inte snilt, det är inte bra. What a name, what a name. Is now starving. Six. We'll just scrap Lifesucker. Fuck it. 13 salvage. Is there any item in terms of its thing that we're currently lacking in good quality of? I don't care about knives. We've already proven that these knives are more than adequate. Shield mulcher is perfectly fine, acceptable for her. I don't care about ours there. We would have had a better upgrade to him, but we're not using him with his Dane axe in combat. So that's a moot point. He's got a crucible axe over here, so that we can't get better than that. He's using Mail Ripper. Crucible. Leech Stave is a decent, but we're soon going to get a better spear based off events. We might even get it now. Actually, if we get it now, I would cry. Reyes Footbiter. You are irrelevant, and you've got Leech Wormstave. So we do technically need a new spear, but I'm not super concerned about it. Meat was pointless camp. If we eat all the meat and we still have that, that gives Adis the go-ahead to preserve. We'll swap you to 1 preserve and we'll swap you to 1 preserve. And then we'll make camp. Yeah. This could have been a lot worse than what is going to be now, I think. Ice falls across your mind. A thick snow blanket blankets your thoughts and stills your heart. Out of the once eternal silence comes the sound of blood and the taste of desperation. A fiery glow penetrates the stillness and the air moves again. It's end of the world. It's the end of the world, but you're not afraid. An old acquaintance is by your side. A calamity that surrounds you defies description. A vast army of Aesir and Jötnar clash around you. The din threatens to rend you mad. In the eyes of the storm stands Grimnir, still clad in his unassuming traveler's robe. Apparently unaffected by the madness, somehow his voice still carries clearly through the battle. Welcome to the end of the world. He sets his staff beneath the earth with a dull boom that ripples through the ground beneath you. You are not granted respite. You must fight here, even if you don't want to, because your kind demands it. There are people in Midgard who desire spectacle. You desire nothing more than to escape the mundane terrors of your life, but you are incapable of finding joy and peace and prosperity. Instead, you imagine horrors that are worth conquering, worlds of magic and giants and dragons. Simple worlds of good and evil, so you don't have to face the complexities of your real lives. Grimnir raises an arm in a gesture that aims to encompass an entire battle. Is this not what you wanted? A world that's rended asunder by a great threat as mankind ever faced? A doom battle in which to die a meaningful death. A warrior's death. It is so simple, so easy. You will fight, or you will be forgotten. The chaos around you seems to unfold in fractals, bending, swirling in endless light, swirling in on itself endlessly. As a pattern begins to emerge, the battle takes on an almost dance-like quality. In one moment, a mass of men in Jötnar are upward heaved and jagged edges, and the flare of a dying sun reflects off 1,000 blades. Then, standing around a campfire overlooking the madness on the other side, you see your father and his house girls. Count them real quick. Sighalmer, that I believe is one of his brothers of Harald over here. Mani, this is one of the mercenaries. Freygerder. We don't know who that is. Holmund is Nefja's father. Yeah, I don't know who that is. It's a woman though, so it's probably a husband of someone. Probably not a husband neither, it's probably... Yeah, that might be correct. Look at you. You've grown up to be a strong woman. Now I know I'm dreaming for sure. You would have never have said something like that. He flashes you a devil-may-care grin. Death made me sentimental. Sigrider's mother. Oh, it's the hunter's mother. fixes you with an elevated look. What do you say, girl? Are you ready to bash some Jotun's skulls in? Next to her, Nefja's father, Holman, crosses his arms. In the end of the world, actually. Nothing else to do. Hardly knew you. All I've heard of the stories are stories in the village. They're all true. Ready to throw us around, back and laugh. In the light of the burning river, you see your father's housecarls look like giants. They are taller than us. Throws his head back and laughs. In the light of the burning river, your father, yeah. The stories are horseshit, but they're not wrong. They just don't tell of the hardship. They'll tell the same stories of you, Trurux. All heroic battles. Great bravado. Nobody wants to remember the fear, the doubts, the bickering. Uncle Stighalmer smiled his kind, or the quiet times, the laughs around the campfire. Aimlessly roaming around. Aimlessly roaming a great forest, utterly lost. Your father places a hand on your shoulder and gives you a small squeeze. You're doing a fine job. I know I am. All three of them uproariously. Come on, now let's go cause some trouble. Survive for 9 turns. Basically, you have these ones, there's these guys, and then there comes more reinforcements. I believe they come from across here. Technically, you could just pull all the way back here, but I'm not fighting at full efficiency here, but we'll take it as it comes. Take a bit to get properly familiar with these people. Oh, he's the healer. Yeah. Does that disarm? How does disarm properly work? Okay, it actually just disarms him. He still has his shield and therefore his block chance. You're the healer, so you can use the ranging shot with no real mission. You're any clumsy foot. And quick shot onto this guy. Do you have abilities for a spear? No. Should have taunted with him last turn, I think. Can do that. Push your target back and apply staff that effect knockdown. So it's basically a kick with the shield. Not worth thinking too much about it. My microphone's still working. We should be good. Oh. You deal with him real quick. I think they're immune to fire, so that's a moot point. But do you have cripple? You don't, because that would be convenient. Should we do on him or him? We'll do more damage to him. We'll do it on him, I guess. Shoot. And Manny is dead. Let's figure it out. Relentless. Hailstorm. Will he attack there? Yeah. Actually. Kind of hilarious. This is the third Jotun my guy is taking care of. Well, it's safe to say this has been a disastrous battle, but actually, I have to say, if you can be very unlucky, well, I have been in this battle and I've been wearing leather armor. It's not that bad, because it does relatively, to some degree, scale. Oh, okay. You don't have death spell, do you? Oh, you do. You couldn't have made it anyway, so it's a moot point in this case. He did? It's so ironic. I have great ability to deal with stuns and stuff like that on my guys. These guys have nothing. 3 more turns? That's actually going to be challenging. Do you suffer from demoralized? No, you're just terrible. Well, I saw you had stun down here, so hopefully you can get this off. Go do that. I'll go behind Manny over here. He should be dead here. Probably not. Well, the archer will get him probably. Yeah. You have inspire. No. I will survive 2 turns though. But I do need to do it in a proper position. If I had spent that turn last turn doing that, I think we could have survived. Manny, if you take care of that. Oh, it's our uncle. I'm dead. And I took a light fracture because I misclicked. Son of a bitch! You stand victorious side by side with your father and his long dead hird, slain yet not smoulder to the ground, and their faces distorted into expression of pain and surprise. Your father and his friends shout and laugh in triumph. Grimnir crests the stone bridge that spans the earth, and strides impatiently toward you. You fought well, Einherjar, but your service to me has not ended yet. There are more fights to come. My struggles on Midgard are far from over. It's incorrect. We're not on Midgard, but okay. You have seen all I want you to see here. Reflected upon these trials and remember what awaits you in the trials. When your trials in Midgard are over. This will be the last time I show myself to you until you draw breath. While you draw breath. When we next meet, it will be under other circumstances. I'm proud of you, Triodox, all of us. Couldn't be any prouder to carry that with you. Thank you. Tight embrace, the memory of a smell overwhelms you, your senses, and you're bringing emotion flowing back to the surface of your awareness. As it is time through your world glides, you fall from your and awaken into the fold, awaken. When I think about it, that injury to the groin isn't going to be that impactful because we don't have a fight coming up soon. You sit up with a start and struggle to regain your bearings. The familiar interior of your tent greets you. Cast in a... Hey look, it's us. Cast in the gentle pink glow of the early morning. Outside the tent, the reassuring sounds of your hitmen going about their chores penetrate the silence of the camp. Leave the tent. You dress and leave the tent, still slightly dazed from the night's dramatic dreams. A strange whim compels you to take a walk of the camp perimeter, check your sentries. The guards are at their post, report nothing out of the ordinary. On your way back to camp, something flashes in the corner of your vision. Investigate. You push past a small group of trees and dense brambles. You find yourself in a small clearing entirely covered by the canopy of large ash. So a tree. A startling sight greets you there. From the branch of the tree is a man hung, clad in a plain grey robe. His beard is long and white, and he misses an eye. His side is penetrated by an exquisitely decorated spear adorned with feathers and a bird's skulls. The ground beneath it is stained with blood. Check the man. The man's only movement is gentle swaying as the ash bends in the breeze. There is no pulse. He is long since dead. Take the spear. Gungeir Fefan. The spear easily slides from the body as you pull it. It's really a beautiful weapon. You realize with a start that the runes inscribed are upon it in Norse. We will leave the body. Mystified by strain and apparition, you return to camp and begin the morning's task. You cannot help but cast a glance every now and then at the fine spear, still specked with blood. By the time your head is ready to set out again, you have an unease. The feeling of unease has finally passed. So basically, with this spear that we just got, Nefja no longer needs to concern herself with what spear she may or may not want to use. Gungeir here is a maxed out spear. All characters along the attack path take damage. If I use extend on someone, there's 2 people in front of them of enemy. 3 people get stabbed with that spear. It is chef's kiss. It's a beautiful weapon. Beautiful weapon. That was remarkably difficult to get the cap on it. I'm still slightly injured, as I said, but it doesn't really matter. Hopefully we can get Kettle's Radiant companion quest across the river pond. Pretty soon.
Do you see the reflection? I wonder, if you come here on a certain day when the tide is just right, would you be able to cross over?
Stonehenge, Feather Charm. Before we talk, we will check our skill points. We have 13 on offer, and we will spend 12 of said offer. More damage! Just cooking. One per serving. That is it, I think. Yep. Nefja will go with nothing. Gunnar will go with nothing. Aslefer, nothing. Roskva. Reactions. 50% to inflict panic. Character will behave erratically. A 25% chance to inflict frightened. -1 precision on ships, and a 25% chance to inflict terrified. Perception and sense -3 and 2 respectively. That itself isn't that good, but neither is this. So we'll just take the point in witchcraft. What she's here to do after all. You, I presume, have basically... yeah. Save your point. You... can we do Tinkerer? No, you're 4 in Tinkering. You know Preserving. Okay then. An older woman catches your attention. She is clad in a plain garb yet possesses a regal bearing. As you enter a ring of logs, she is counseling a young couple how to conceive children, but as soon as you step into the opening, all eyes are upon you. Viking, we bid you welcome. Despite your ravaging of your kinsmen, if you have come for gold or glory, I assure you we have neither. Breathe easy, Githa. All we seek are answers from you. Of answers I have plenty, but it's the title you address me with. But what is this title you address me with? Githa. It's our title for a woman who's wise to the tradition of the gods. Are you not such a woman? Oh, I see. My functions here can be described in such a way. That's true. I do, but I carry no title. I'm just a farmer's wife. If you have come looking for particular guidance, seeking spiritual guidance, I don't think I can give you what you need. We're looking for your druid. We seek an audience with him. A druid, if only we had one, because our faith wouldn't be strong. Then again, we have been challenged plenty on our faith in the past few years. We were told... yeah. I stick for a moment. If she had been addressing Itis, you might not have noticed, but it's all the hallmarks of a tell. The priestess is lying. No, I'm sorry, I don't think I could be any help. It would be a great honor for us to talk to this man. Your faith may be dying, but in our lands the old gods still reign. It is clear you have due respect for the old druid. It is true that we share many things through our faith. We only wish to pay our respects to the druid as the highest leader of your traditional faith, one that is closely related to ours. You speak well for yourself, I'll grant you that. Very well, I'll help you, but I don't know if what he'd want. But I can only pray you won't displease him. I've never met the druid myself, but my grandmother told me that he has left us to protect himself. He sought refuge in the highlands, far away from the dangers of society and politics. The old woman describes a path through the highlands in the mouth of a ravine where the last druid allegedly lives. I think you'll find it difficult to convince him to leave his self-imposed exile, but I wish you luck. Wow, I cannot move at all. The light fracture to the leg fucks my movement by 4? Okay then. Still bullshit that it happened, but okay then. Okay, one bit here. You go here. You. Sacramentos Dominores. You were supposed to. What? No! Oh, that's a load of shit! What was that? I think we can reach him. Yeah. Yay. We got killed.
Let me take a look.
Good.
And relentless proc. A light fracture should be very easy to heal, yeah, it is. Good. And you go hunting. Well... We will make something, actually. What type of shields can we make? Shields or salvage? Interesting. So we can make padded fir shields. That's a pretty decent shield right there. That's a very, very decent shield. We're not going to make it, but it's a pretty decent shield. We're going to make a new knife, I think. Just a heavy broadside, just a singular one. Just for the sake of making one item. Because there's no point in concerning yourselves with the specifics of making the best items physically available for us. behind me. Yes. Most of the others have gone to bed, but Kettle is still sitting up in the fire, poking through the embers with the head of an arrow. He looks up when he hears you and beckons you close. Sit next to him. Kolbjorn wasn't my father. There's a weirdly long pause, then he looks quietly at himself and brushes his brown hair out of his eyes. Shit, this is going to be more awkward than I thought. I feel I did something wrong. I'm called Kolbjorn our son, because Kolbjorn was the man who owned me when Harold found you. Owned you? Me and my sister, yes. In the 20 summers you've known Ketil, you never heard of any sister. It appears to be a night of great revelations. My sister was called Stefa. It means calm, gentle. I don't remember her so well. I wasn't that old when we parted, but you know that. I don't remember who my real parents were or how Stefa and I got enthralled. My earliest memories from Kolbjorn's farm, helping with food, working in the field. Ketil shakes his head, tired. This is a stupid idea. Some things are best left unsaid. Please, finish the story. This is interesting content. Yes, your father came to the farm with a ship. I remember Grimulf was there and Holman, some of the other men. If you remember correctly, the journey from which your father brought Ketil back was home north of Agder, which is in Norway. Then up the coast to Rogaland. That would put this farm on the west coast of the Northlands. Kolbjorn and him has been treating us worse and worse. I remember he was going through some trouble, grown-up stuff, too nuanced for an 8-year-old kid to understand. The emotion evaporates from Ketil's voice as he continues dispassionately. Dispositionately? As though describing the events that were relayed to him by someone else. I made some silly mistake, dropped something, and Kolbjorn flew into a rage. I think he was just really scared of your father, but took it out on me. He just hit me. Then Nefja jumped on him, tried to pull him off me, and he picked her up and threw her back hard. I didn't really see what happened to her. See what happened after that. I had bloodshot eyes and tears in my eyes. Then there was a lot of commotion. Then it got really quiet, and Harold pulled me up, very gently. They had let me out the back door, trying to prevent me from seeing Nefja dead on the ground and Kolbjorn with his bowels hanging out. Good riddance to Kolbjorn. Yeah. Why did my father bring you with him? He obviously felt responsible for me. Kolbjorn's wife had been dead for a long time, so Harold brought me back with him to Skjern, and Mani took me in. Oh, is that who Mani is? Mani and Freyder Kachik took, we'll find out. Do you really not remember anything about your parents? I struggle to find the right phrasing, just a hint of a feeling sometimes. When the wind carries a certain smell, it's difficult to pin down. I do have something, though, to remember by. Ketil fishes around his back but produces a delicate medallion of gilded silver in the shape of an incomplete circle. At the center of the end is a sort of 4-leaf clover with dark red grass bead at the center. You think you've seen it before, but you've never attributed to any particular meaning to it. Holman took it off Nefja's body before we left. It looks Pictish, doesn't it? I've been thinking the exact same thing since we got her. Do you think this means... I don't want to jump to any conclusions. Maybe we should show this to some of the people here in Perth. See if it rustles any feathers. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's get on. Sure. Excited. And scared. Worried, I think the right term is. And now I can actually move my fucking feet. They didn't get injured. Yay! Yes! Was that insane enough for you for a brief moment? Can we resume to the normal levels of insanity? What are normal levels of insanity, you ask? Destroy the statue! Strangers aren't welcome here. You're best be on your way. I don't want any trouble. You're welcome to pass through, but don't stay around too long. We're drawn to the edge of it. We'll hunt together in groups that seem constitute families. You notice men have ready weapons, but aren't brandishing them. You best help me find me what I'm looking for, or trouble is exactly what you're gonna get. We don't take kindly to such threats. Now, if you're gonna talk like that, you best be willing to back it up. People are beyond range. British has a good reason to be suspicious of strangers. It is wise to be cautious. Tall man of a strong build, somewhere around the age of 30, emerges from the forest behind a large house and steps into the village. He quickly assesses the situation and raises a hand in a gesture of reconcile. Alright, let's not lose our heads for nothing. Go back to work, I'll talk to the strangers. The other men of the village reluctantly return to work while casting suspicion glances your direction. The young man walks up to you, he looks tired. I'm Douglas, don't mind them, they're just looking out for their families. I don't trust you more than anyone else. And I don't trust you any more than they do, but I figure if I help you get what you came for, you'll be out of our hair the faster. So what do you come for? The last of the Druids. Druid, aye? You all know what you mean. Although, not by such a fancy title. The travellers seek the sorcerer, just as I thought. You see fit to help. Do you know where your cousin is, Dub? Douglas? So the other man is clearly Douglas's senior. Dub's reply is hard with admonishment. Do you really want to discuss this in front of a stranger? The old hermit lives in a cave down at the ravine. Follow the creek between the mountains and you'll reach him. When you find him, do with him as you please. There's no love lost between the old man and us. The young woman is sitting on a stool, braiding a band or stone medallion with a Celtic cross pattern. Next to her, and a small girl idly braids a few strands of her own hair while watching the work with rapt attention. What are you working on there? Looks up with a start. She clutches her stone cord tightly, unsure what to do. It's a nice talisman, you're very skilled. This might be good. We might be get Aslifer to where we want him. That'd be good. That'd be what we want. That'd be good. I don't think we're gonna get it, because we've been slapping people left, right, and silly, but we'll take a look. The young woman fidgets with her amulet, color rushing to her cheeks, but it's impossible to know if it's prompted by the compliment or simple fear. She answers with a thin but steady voice. Thank you. Would you be willing to part with it for a bit of coin? I suppose. What do you like? About 5 pence. Lights up and you hand a trinket and shakes up with great gratitude. Thank you. You walk away and she shows your coin you gave to her young friend, and the two girls giggle at what made you guess to be the first sale the young artisans had ever made. Kettle can keep that. Unbreakable heavy broad sacks. It's definitely better than this, but I'm not sure if I'm going to replace the Tungur knife with it. And this is the exact same, but it's unbreakable, so we can give it there. And we'll just break this down. Fight salvage. So we still lost salvage on that. I don't actually quite remember how much the other one was worth in terms of the salvage when we made it. Lance Cross provides 5 damage, range DR. We will give this to ourselves actually. Because arrows are their biggest pain for us. She sells some various things. I have done trade stuff for that in the past and it's just not really worth it. Two boys, one around the age of 15 years of age and the other much younger, crouched at the edge of a creek. A moment's observation reveals the errand. The older boy is teaching the younger boy how to tickle fish. The lesson is confined to a purely theoretical level as the creek is much too shallow for fish. And as soon as they become aware of your presence, the boys get on their feet. The older one of the two steps forward with his friend and greets you with a hesitant smile. Wow, I never seen such people as you. Are you from Northumbria? Sarth? I don't even know how to pronounce that. Sarath? Further away than that, we're from the Northlands. The older boy puts a hand on his young friend's shoulder and nudges him forward. Come on, run along to your dad now. The kid walks past you slowly, head bowed in fear, then he sets off the path down the path as soon as he sees you. The older boy clears his throat. I'm Sicilian. I've heard stories of the Vikings. To be honest, I've never figured out that they were through. They do make you feel to be demons or some such. Is it true your ship looked like dragons? Stories are exaggerated. Our people are not that different. Except you're not Christian, are you? They say you worship ancient gods that fight against the spreading of the light of Christ and compels you to seek violent deaths. Don't believe everything you hear. The corner of Skillian's mouth curves upward. He seems to be powerfully intrigued. If you don't mind me asking, what are you hoping to find up here? They told me of a certain hermit up in the ravine. The man you're speaking of. I'll take you to him if you want. I think he'd be very interested in meeting you. Come on. He's right up here. He's right up here, let me tell you that. He's right up here. It's too bad, because we're not running right up there with you at this very moment in time. We're going somewhere else. We'll have to go here for the quest later, but
There's a junction point. Look, see how the stones are aligned with the mountaintops in the distance? There's ancient power here.
elaborate symbols are engraved into the deep rock. They're clearly being meticulously maintained. National trains of lichen grows at the base of each rock, obscures the inspection. We're going to save before we do this, so we don't have to talk to all these motherfuckers again. And now we're going to do it. You recognize one set of stones you see in other standing stones you've come across in your travels. With the drawing realization, you notice some of the markings in unfamiliar inscriptions. They are striking resemblance to the runes of your mother's tongue. Once you made this connection, you begin to see familiar pattern emerge with the text. These messages side by side, you'll be able to translate the inscription from one stone you found. And we succeed! Huzzah! It is meticulous work, but you hunker down and focus, realizing that this will take a while. You hear them settle down around you and make time to wait. The stones speak of an ancient king who fought and died in a nation known as Albion. The king is variously referred to as a hero and as an adversary, and it seems to the people who erected these stones may have had a fairly ambiguous opinion of him. The stone refers to the king's final resting place several times, and a hint that he may have been buried with a weapon of great power. It appears that the 7 stones... Are there 7? 2, 3, 4... 6 there, but there are 7. 7 stones were erected across the kingdom, each of which reveals in a part how each king, to reach the king's burial site, there must be the stones you've encountered before. The Isle of the Apples. Beyond. Seven mysterious standing stones guard the path to the final resting place of the legendary King of Albion. As mentioned, the sword is Excalibur and it is broken. Because it does not give a fuck if you're using a shield, it will just cut right through it. And in conjunction with the final sword skill over here, I don't need to tell you anything else. You're dead. You walk up to them. Hey, you. I'm gonna kill you, okay? Inspire. Dead. Oh, you want some too? Dead. That's beautiful. Execute does a little bit of myth in terms of its setup requirement. Because you need to use it, it's an attack action, then you need to get Inspire, and then you'll kill them in one turn, but I can still execute, and then, whoop, next turn. But at the same time, we can already do that with Death Blow. But we're still gonna look to get it. But you do need to do this early, and you can only do this if you go the path of, well, you don't have to finish the game with a path of Orknea, but you do need to get a certain level of power at Orknea. It's one of the 7 standing stones is at Lindisfarne. There's only one way to get to Lindisfarne, and that's via being the Jarl of Orknea. We'll go over that more in detail once we're about to raid England and light it ablaze, which should be happening next stream. The air in the cave is surprisingly warm and dry, but whatever supernatural blessing of air circulation is responsible has failed to prevent the oppression of stiffness from settling over the area. Caldian hollers into the cave as you enter. His words reflect sharply off the irregularly angled walls. Merrin, I brought you some visitors. They're not Christian. A coarse voice returns from the darkness, deep with authority but uneven with age. Lad, your kindness will undo the both of us. I wouldn't near have chosen a cave to live in if I wanted to entertain guests. He'll settle down when he sees you. Come on. This might be awkward given how Roskva is going to have some contradictory opinions on the utilization of medical plants and facilities compared to what he might say. But this could be awkward. But we'll cross the bridge when we get there. I like Gunnar's positioning there. He's just sort of casually chilling. I like it. I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't stolen anything. The man who awaits you in the central chamber looks just as you might have imagined. A dark grey beard reaches almost to his belt and blends seamlessly into an unassuming wool robe. His eyes judge you with a certain clarity that makes you feel small despite the situation. And you just, for a moment, might actually have believed this man could be 1,000 years old. So I thought, your guests carry a legion's worth of silver and steel into my home. Have you thought of no safety of mine? Helen, you foolish child. They're Vikings. They worship the old gods. Aye, and if I thought you more about the old gods, you'd know there's no guarantee of blood and kinship around there, lad. You got to know these things. I've taught you for a while now. You got to listen, you dumb whippersnapper. The old man's eyes never left you, but now he addresses you directly. Well then, Viking, tell me who you are. My name is Trux. I'm the daughter of Harold. Well then, welcome to me hall. If I had expected foreigner dignitaries, I would have summoned the servants to tidy up the place. I am called Mirrodin Inris. If you have come to speak to the last of the Druids, you find him. You found me. Please, control your disappointment. Why have you sought me out? The king wants to talk to you. This king, these kings, they come and they go. I owe them no allegiance. My only loyalty lies to me fate. Is it true you're almost 1,000? When the old man stretches his chin through the layers of his beard. I don't have the beard for that. They told you that, huh? 1,000 years is a long time. I stopped counting long ago. This man is no more a millennium old than the dark hearts of Midgard's serpent, hopefully taking the form of a ship to give us a ride across the sea. Helpfully, even. Merlin regards you with an impeccable way of a man who said all that needs to be said. Tell me of your faith. No, I will not. Christians and they are strangers to me. Very well, how about I tell you a story from my faith instead? I'm not going... fuck it, we will. Storyteller, perhaps I misjudge you. Go on then. I see you collect mistletoe. The plan has been an important role in the tale of Balder, the son of Odin and Frigg. When Balder was born, Frigg had made all things in the world, living and otherwise, swear an oath that they would never hurt her son. But she had not made the mistletoe swear, as it was too young for such an oath. Strokes his beard. Interesting. Youth. One day all the gods were gathered, and they decided to test the oath by throwing everything they could find at Balder. And then they saw that nothing could hurt him. His brother Loki, ever the schemer, made an arrow from mistletoe and convinced the blind god Hodr, who was also a brother to them both, to shoot Balder with it. The druid smiles, but nothing says. The arrow killed Balder. We have stories of our own that echo yours. In fact, I've heard several variations of the same tale, perhaps in inevitability, tragedy. Even among the gods, it makes it easier for us mere mortals to accept our own cruel fates. You promised. Announce. Now let us remain on the subject of mistletoe. Few things are as more sacred to us than this planet. It's extremely rare in these parts, but thanks to Killian, I know one good hard timbered oak nearby where it grows. There is a ritual to gather mistletoe upon the 6th day of the moon. We sacrifice to the tree and feast beneath it. It is meant to be a banquet befitting a king. We would bring 2 white bulls horns tied to be sacrificed, but those are the days of ages past. I climb the tree well, Killian does these days, and cut the mistletoe with a sickle, which I catch in a white cloak. Ha! It's meant to be a golden sickle, but we have to make do with what we have. Needless to say, we go on without the white bulls as well. From mistletoe thus harvested and duly prayed over, we make a potent drink that is antidote to all poison. Behind you, you hear Roskva's short, dischiverously in muted protest. Thank you for your story, Mirrodin. I hope we'll meet again. The druid scratches his beard pensively, but he makes no attempt to stop you as you turn to leave. Aye, safe travels, Vikings. Killian catches your eye as you turn, and he nods subtly back toward the mouth of the cave and then sets off in that direction. I am tired. Let's quickly do a head count of how much we have left to do in Pictlin. We have this, and then we have one, so we have 2 parts left of Pictlin. Yeah, about 2 parts left of Pictlin. I should be able to power through and get that done within 4 hours. So 2 more hours should be enough. Outside the cave, Killian looks almost disappointed as you should feel. Sorry it turned out this way. I was sure you and Mirrodin will get along. As always, on about Christianity's oppression for you the old ways. You wanted to talk? Do you have a way to convince the old man? I cannot convince Mirrodin of anything. The man's 1,000 years old. He probably made up his mind a century ago. How can I change that? You seem to have a vested interest in arranging this. Killian scratches his nose while he talks. Listen, I need to catch fireflies for the old man's ritual. You can come along, we can talk on the way. Oh shit. The young boy from earlier is chasing fireflies with a girl about his age. When they see you, they freeze for a moment, then they run wide circle past you toward the village. Ah, shite. I hope those wee pests didn't tell their parents they saw us together. Don't flatten yourself, boy, you're too young for me. For a fleeting moment, a smile manages to overcome his worry. You're breaking my heart. Killian suddenly looks a lot older. I have not been entirely honest with my family about Mirrodin. I know they suspect I visit the old man, but I try to hide it. And every time it comes up, there's a big fight. You have to understand, this isn't a village, it's a homestead. Everyone's related. When you talk in a place like this, it's bound to break from. Why do your parents hate him? Killian's silent for a while until he unpacks some jars from the sack. He hands you one and takes a few steps back to catch the nearest insect. With his back turned, it seemed easier to talk. My parents are dead. They were killed in some stupid feud many years ago. My cousin Douglas and his brothers avenged them, and then he and Mael Murin took me in instead of leaving me on the street and treat me like a brother. That blasted feud's still on, of course. It's old as a sin. And it'll never end until everyone's dead. That's just how things work up here in Highlands. Attempt to catch a fly with a lie. So, how does this involve Mirrodin? You let your eyes unfocus, turning your mind to beware what moves in your peripheral vision. A streak of greenish yellow lights up to your left, and as you spin, you bring the jar and the bug goes straight into it. You wrap the thin cloth across its opening and tie it off, satisfied. Just trying to envision how to use your peripheral vision properly according to the game. Merlin was here before us. As far as I know, he's always lived in that little cave. The problem is everyone here is Christian. Of course, fervently so they don't understand Merlin. But he frightens them. You should hear the things they say about him. That he's in league with the devil. That he takes children at night and sacrifices them to the dark power. No children ever been lost in the village, mind you. They're just trying to scare the wee ones away from him. Killen's voice is thick with an unsteady now. I always want to tell them just to shut up about him. That he's just a nice old man who wants to be left alone, but they don't want to hear it. So we have these fights, and I swear, sometimes I think if they knew I'd apprenticed myself to Mirrodin, they'd kill me. Not Dub, but the rest of them. Another firefly disappears somewhere into the moss at a few feet. Attempt to catch it with perception. It sounds like a bad situation. You'd be safer in Perth if you'd like to come with us. With empty jaw ready to strike, you kneel in the needle riddle moss and let your gaze wander across it. The moment you spot the bug resting its wings between a couple of flat stones, you bring the jar and trap the creature within. Satisfied, you close the jar with a thin clop. Killing stopped to think as if the local firefly population breathed a sigh of relief. His jar already buzzed with half a dozen of them. I'd come, you know, if Mirren would like to go as well. I've learned so much from him, but he still has so much left to teach me. So much wisdom, the stories of the old gods, knowledge of the world, his rituals. He raises his hand and stares off into the distance, though his sight lines are blocked by firs in every direction. I'll talk to him again. I've never told him how unsafe I feel around my own family. If he sees how much this means to me, he'll go with you. Closes his own jar, confused blinks, penetrating the thin cloth, and he hands it to you. Please bring these back to Mirren for me in the cave. I'll meet you and him there at the stones of the peak. I'm going to reassure Douglas and Mel Murray. Good thing I brought a group of heavily armed warriors. We wouldn't want anything to happen to the fireflies on the way back. I'm convinced that the precious shipment's safe with you. I'm actually curious what happens if we walk in with him. Small boy stares with an avid expression at your group of foreign warriors. As soon as your eyes meet his face split into a huge, exciting grin. Hey, did you worship the devil? Child. Sure, why not? Widen comically. That's bad. You're not supposed to worship the devil. He's evil. Did he come aboard a boy? Did he come aboard on a boat? It's a ship, but yeah. Oh, I want to sail on a ship one day. An older, plump woman bears down on the boy with a severe frown. Aye, that's enough now, you're gone. Stop pestering the strangers. Head back to your mum. She's been looking for you. Aye, Grandma. Grandmother regards you with narrowed eyes and turns and waddles back to her stool. No ability to talk to him on it. Let's head back to the cave. That's a fun little interaction we can do. It's only 7. You find Merden sitting cross-legged on the edge of his wooden platform, slowly roasting some manner of herb above a candle. Behold, the return of the Vikings! I'm fairly sure my voice changed about 7 times in the last couple of minutes to try to capture out how this old bastard might have sounded. It's a right cunt to try to remember what voices you do when your thoughts swift with all over the place within the span of a couple of seconds due to your fucking ADHD. You know how that is? You know how that is? It's a right bastard to try to keep track of one bloody voice and try to stick proper to it when the only thing you have to go on is the kind of fucking voice you just fucking did. Alright, now I've swapped about 4 different forms of tones and where to place my voice to keep talking and rambling while trying to sound somewhat Scottish, even though I'm not trying to sound very much Scottish. I'm just trying to put a bit of a Celtic flair to it, if you will. Behold, the return of the Vikings. I was not expecting to see you again. Did you eat me, apprentice? He's too skinny to eat. You should have fed him better. To be completely honest, the boy feasts me these days, not the other way around. He yanks the glass of fireflies out of your hands, oblivious to the rudeness. Oh, you brought the flies. Very good. I can prepare the ritual we'll wait for Killian. What ritual are you preparing? A ritual of cleansing of sorts. It's meant to keep the power flowing strong through the standing stones atop the mountain. Of course, the stones are clear in a spiritual sense. They must be cleaned properly. It's quite tedious, but that's what apprentices are for. What's the purpose of the stone? To preserve wisdom, you fucking muffy. Are we going to be ignoring the fact that when Killian arrived here, he said you headed toward the peak of the mountain, and he waited at the mouth of the cave for about 2 cliffing hours? You're trying to tell me you don't know what they are? Why would you be spending that long looking at them rocks? You're never going to find none. To keep this writing current throughout the years, the symbols were only known to the Druids. My dear lass, it pains me that you must ask. The Druids used to be the rulers of these lands, and yours too, if I'm not mistaken, which should not be ruled out, mind you. They were the guardians of the law, of men as well as gods. They persisted over the rituals of the divine, and they upheld justice amongst men. They held the secrets to your mind. No one's going to tell you that. As a common saying was, when women had midwives to help them with birth, and while the Druids, they were there to help you give birth to your mind. Why did it disappear? Empire arrived, and they started kicking the fuck out of us. We spent centuries suppressing the culture of those who came before them. We Druids wield great power there, but the Romans needed us gone, so they could rule instead. It is my greatest sorrow that they were successful. Much was lost. Killian seems eager to leave his homestead. He's never told me such, but I sort of knew. I could see it in his eyes, you know, like his youthful vigour in them. And I'm old. It's hard to travel. I sense it in him. It's the fear of his family. He said it for a while, like. Yeah. Of course, I'll miss the boy, but a life spent in a cave does not a druid make. When he sees the world, he can come back and take on my mantle if it suits him. Mirren seems to hear something behind you and cranes his neck to look past you. Seeing nothing, he frows his eyebrow. Where is that boy? Should have been here by now. A sharp voice echoes down the tunnel, and harsh reverb echoes the undertone of outrage. Sorcerer, you've gone too far. We were content to live in peace as long as you minded your own business, but here you are consorting with heathen warriors. This will not stand. Isn't this precious? The local children have come out to play. Hey, Daenerys, do you think I could put an arrow through her head from here? Shouldn't be much harder than hunting foxes, eh? Sounds like a wager. If you manage a shot, I'll lend you my lucky hair paw until the next Lent. Behind Daenerys, you spot the young artisan Lan, who sold you her stone talisman. Her eyes dart back and forth between the rest of her companion. Hey, Lan, wasn't it? Is this a way to treat your first customer? She looks up to you to meet your eye. Her face turns red with shame. Did I not treat you fairly? Here you are, Lan. Do you want to murder me? Dim torchlight clips off her tears off her cheek. She sniffs an apology. Sorry. What the hell's wrong with your sister? Shut up, Dran. Shut your trap, Lan. Lan, go home. I'm sorry I brought you here, sis. Run to Mum and Dad. Go on. Overwhelmed by sorrow, the young woman hides her face and she runs and stumbles toward the cave's exit. Did that just completely fuck us? Give it a couple minutes, just to see if anything happens. But if it hasn't done anything in a minute, then we're just going to reload, re-click through everything, and then be on our way. It shouldn't take too long. What the hell, man? Anger and shame flares Dare's voice. I said, shut up. Hva skal get there? That is Asleifer Grimvardar. That's rude. That's also rude. Do you have good shit? You do have good shit, ironically. But not the good shit we want. You should be able to do this, no? Yeah. I think we'll just buff you. Get rid of that guy. And just end it. Okay. We don't need to do anything with our old druid. Okay, that worked. I haven't actually tried to keep all of the villages alive. Oh, was just sort of gone. Dead, 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 because dead is good. The last of the young villagers fall, and Mirren surveys the carnage with a faintly horrified expression. So it's come to this. Perhaps it was only a matter of time, but I must admit, I never thought I'd go this far, but... Killian! You must go to the homestead. My apprentice must be in grave danger. Whatever they're planning, you must save him. Sure, I like the kid. If you bring him to me safe, I'll come with you to Perth. We'll both come with you to Perth. It's clear that we cannot stay here when the locals around here will be wanting me hid for Picts. I'm not responsible for any of this, you know? I'll meet you at the top of the mountain. I have to gather some stuff. And you go help him. You go help him. We just gotta loot the Scotsmen to find if they have kilts or not. I own a kilt myself, my dear, and we're the boyman's boy. Soon may the Wellerman come, and the song is now overplayed, 'cause everyone did a version of the song. There's a shame, 'cause there's so many woefully better sea shanties out there than the other Wellerman. Oh dear lord. The situation in the village beggars belief. Between the huts of the forest behind them, the men and women of the village have tied Killian to a pole stacked with hay beneath him. He looks badly beaten. Fly to the courtyard. Douglas is engaged in a loud fight with his brother. You can't do this to him. Actually, no, he had more calm voice. You can't do this to him. I'm trying to redeem the boy, you dead bastard. If we just kill him, his soul will be lost. I don't want him dead at all, you fucking twat. Your son and his wife are out there facing off against a group of Vikings. We should go help. This is Killian's old sake. The pagan sorcerer has corrupted his soul. He must be cleansed. Where are you even getting this shite talk? The old priest, bless his soul, never taught us anything like this. In a corner of the outside sees a group of Vikings watching him. You, how are you here? What did you do to our children? Same thing I'm about to do to you, you fucking nit. Tries it on, desperate to figure the voice. Why, I'm trying to fix this. Too late. Their brother Aiden comes up to them from behind a village. He must have been preparing to burn Killian alive. Bring us a sorcerer. You were bargaining with these monsters? Shut up, talk. Vikings, bring us a sorcerer and we're gonna kill Killian in Killian's place. Then we'll release the boy. No, listen. This is how it has to be done. Someone must pay. Will you accept? No one has to die, but if you keep doing this, you will all die. Trains are next to see past the huts. If you plan to save Killian, you better get the quick looks that they're ready to start the fire. You know what? I think the only way to keep these people alive is to kick their ass. If that's what they want, we can make it happen. Don't make me fight you. If you attack my family, I have to defend them. Up this on yourselves! I'm fairly sure, despite my continual attempts to try to appease him, or like, piss him off, though how I play just always lends itself to pissing or to pleasing him. This is us life, you should go here. Can we do this? No. No, we can't. But you know what we can do? Oh, you should be able to poke her. Whatever. We'll just have her go there. That opens up a charge. Bam! I think if we just have you... Yeah, you and Nefja will have to be running around like crazy to do a lot of stuff here. And we do definitely need the favor of the old god. Where around here. Oh, he killed the Harry. Rude. Four turns before Killian dies, so let's speed up the killing. Don't you do it. Welcome back. That will kill him. Do that. Why is your name Grey now instead of purple? Those two are locked down. You go here.
Not even in the top 10 worst pains I've felt.
Not dead yet, bastard. If we... Yeah, I need to start making some headway here, because we have these children we need to get as well. So... You inspire her. We need to kill all these kids in one or a couple turns. No point in doing that with you. You did this. Sure. Oh, that worked. Bigger issue is, I know there are traps next to this fucking tree, so I cannot attack this person on this side. Still have Thor's Blessing. Please kill. Thank you. 3 turns. These are gonna be the most aggravating. There's also more trap back here. This is where archers really come in handy. Can you kill that on your own? Not taking the chance. Make the bastard bleed out. If you harry, we kill. If you don't... Oh. No point in worrying about that. That person's also relatively dead. Really wish I had 1-2 right now. Should be able to get that done next turn. Should. Please? Cool. You don't have anything particularly useful, but we can activate Favored by Tier again. Tactical move. Tactical move. They're still in positions where I can attack them both, so everything worked out. Everything should have worked out. Gillian's in a pretty sorry state. His face is bloody and his body bruised. However, thanks to your timely intervention, he still breathes. Are you ready to get the fuck out of here? The kid tries to speak, but his voice fails him. He nods heavily and staggers into the position behind you. Right, you can't loot children. So you have 1, 2, 3 people survive the massacre. There may be someone who survived inside. Actually, there's one person that survived inside that survived a spear thrust from... I like how twisted and distorted the children's bodies become. They just become really, really... Ugh, it's amazing. It is wonderful. Oh lad, thank Dogger you're so alive! Kid tries to speak, but his voice fails him yet again. He settles for sobbing uncontrollably into the old man's shoulder. I know, you're safe now. I can't hurt you anymore. Thank you. I have no doubt we will both be dead without your help. If not today, perhaps in a month. Couldn't leave you. We'll accompany you back to Perth. It's the least we can do. I hope your king will reward you enough for the troubles. Better than we can. You go ahead. We'll be right behind you. And we're never coming back here, never coming back here, never coming back here. Fuck this place. He said, knowing full well he has to come back here for his next playthrough. which will be a resume of this thing. And yes, I am playing that. One thing I love about the build for Harold is that he's such a good interpretation for when you need to camp. When he becomes tired, the party needs to camp. It was so nice when I had that as the main character. Because of what I just said, it was just so easy. And that creates the Bladesmith. Now we receive 3 salvage a week. It says tri-weekly there, but there it says a week. Interesting. Let's upgrade the palisade. Out of curiosity, I'm not going to make another weapon right now, but out of curiosity, I'm going to look at it. You go on. As I said, I will look at it. How much did the knife we made cost? It cost 25, and for salvaging our old knife, we got 14 salvage, which means a 11 salvage deficit, which is not that bad when you think about it. Let's get that away before I jump out of my own skin again. We looked at shield. We talked about spear. I'm not going to create another spear because we get one during the story. And we haven't used Phantom in an actual competition or an actual fight yet, so it's sort of a moot point. Because I think when it comes down to the sword and such, like, the crit multiplier is just such a moot point with the damn things. To the point where I'd be completely content with this being the sword you use through the end of the game if you get a good enchantment on it. But, as stated, we don't need to. Where the hell did we get all that meat from? Actually, you're pretty good at preserving as well, aren't you? Cool. No, the S-Lifer was pleased. I haven't really looked at that too much because I've already written off the romance as never happening. But we'll take a look. I'm not going up for that shit. He's a pleased, which is 4+. Should tell you a fair bit how I'm not even attempting to please any particular companion. And they're all just getting happy. It is silly, isn't it? That said, when you complete, like when I do the entirety of the Perth story here, I will get a prompt in the top corner that will say, all your companions or all your followers have gained morale.
I could live in a place like this. There's a sense of safety here. I think it would be a good place to raise children.
Who the fuck are you gonna raise children with, Nefja? What was it, Gunnar said when we talked to him yesterday? That woman will drive a husband to her husband to the brink of madness. Constantine is already standing when you enter this hall. His eyes are immediately upon the man following you.
Is that him? Are you the last of the druids?
Allow me to introduce Mirden Emrys and his apprentice, Killian.
And skill points! Yeah!
Constantine places his hand earnestly above his heart.
I am honoured to host you in my hall.
Why, your majesty, I am honoured to be hosted here. Your choice of emissary was somewhat odd, but I've come to see the wisdom of it in the end. It's unlikely I would have understood if you had said if you have sent anyone of less proficiency. Graces you with a small bow of respect.
Your praise means much to me. I owe a great debt of gratitude to Thane Rocks of Skjern.
I can already tell you have a new matter on your hand. If you'll have one of your subjects show me to my new home, I'll give you the peace to talk. Constantine waves to one of his servants and a woman leads Mirren out the hall.
A shrewd old man, yes. He'll be quite valuable to our efforts, I'm sure.
Yeah, I may have murdered a couple of your subjects, but you don't need to know that, do you? With all due respect, yeah.
A fair point indeed. I do owe more than my thanks. Please accept these gifts as a token of my gratitude. 2,500 valuables of gold and silver will be yours right now, as you just helped me with a great boon to for my popularity to be a continually good king. I hope you'll find that to be reward enough. You've done enough to earn my respect, but I cannot commit my warriors to your cause until I brought stability to my own kingdom. In light of how generous I treat those who aid me, will you assist me more in this matter?
Do tell.
And listen closely, because this is of utmost importance. Without now there's no hope of a unified Alva. As you know, there's another kingdom that borders us to the west. Pictavia has always enjoyed close relations with a Gallic neighbour of Dalretha. Setting aside those occasional neighbourly wars, they're inevitable, man. I once had a war with my neighbour. Oh, let me tell you. That guy, right little git. I punched him in the nose once, and then his brother called me a moose face. I've never wanted to end a man's that much more.
Did I lose the plot just now? Don't answer that. Don't answer that.
As you may know, yeah. For the past year, I have negotiated a marriage between my son and the daughter of King Donachair of Dalretha. Such a union will bring our kingdoms together for good. Negotiations recently entered the final stage and the marriage is being prepared as I speak, but something's coming the way. I've lost contact with him. And what do you ask of us? Travel to them and uncover what happened. If he's alive, bring the princess back to Perth so she can marry my son. I didn't lose the plot. I never lose the plot. I get sidetracked. There's a very big difference. I'll do what I can. And go with God, mine or yours, whichever you prefer the most, or both, if they tolerate each other. They won't. Don't be snide with me. It's true. You can try voicing a billion different characters with weird, silly accents and not go insane while doing so. It was good to see you, keeping me pretty busy. You talk to him if you need something. You have my eternal gratitude, Vikings. You have more than earned it. I can think of none besides you Vikings who have gotten me, and both can kill you and me out of that mess. Please sell me some of those drinking reality. Okay, so just pay valuables, an antidote to venom, a remedy that dulls pain, one sharp drink, one that sharpens mind. I don't need anything right now. Are you settling in? Oh yes, I was wrong to resist your offer. After the uncounted decades of solitude, I have forgotten what it was like to be the leader of a faith. There are many here who still follow the old gods. Many more than I expected. Killian is overjoyed to be out of the whole out in the world. Well, you should have seen him. When he first entered the city, he's already courting one of the local girls, I believe. Well, he ain't courting me, and that's all that matters. To Dalritha? Is that where we're going? I may have lost the plot. 13 with a pit. Let's go. Or do you not get this fucking inebriated by being allowed to be unhinged when you stream? Donacres Homestead. Let's just travel westward it. And there. Mountain pass. We are hungry and fatigued. We'll be fine. What's your longest stream, by the way? Just out of curiosity. I think I should have run. That was not what I meant to do. I'll go here then. Meant to have him first. Not gonna think too much. You know what? You just go through. Rude. Rude. And
You must go on with
a light puncture to the chest. The only thing I made a mistake there was sending him forward. Everything else was completely justified. Issue is Aslever has the worst armor, so he just got completely fucked by that. You see, if that shot at Ada, it's like, who gives a fuck? She's near immune to damage.
How do you resist bleeding? Oh, I suppose you have 80 physical resistance. I should never have tried to stun her. I think you just go here. We'll activate Manöveren! And you can just rush into his face. You should have decent range resistance. Yeah, 95, 95. Stun. Do you still have Sacrament? No. Sacramento Dominones. You two go that way. Should have done that with that and then used like something else. Oh, and now you're gonna proc Relentless. Why not? Douchebag. I knew that. Hopefully we don't have to spend a lot of medicine getting Aslifer back into the swing of things. Moderate puncture, that's not that bad. We should be able to get that fixed and ready to go within one singular rest. 21. Roskva, my darling, hello my honey, hello my ragtime girl. Did you? 11, 11. Hello my darling, hello my honey, hello my ragtime girl. I don't really care if people have available shifts, I'll be honest with you. The other one is this guy. And Ada's ain't doing shit, so. It's fine. Alright, Grim, are you still there? You get an important decision to make. And now you're purple again. Yes or no to the romance? Moscow. We should be able to do it. Don't know why, but why not? I haven't done it as a woman before. I'm not quite sure how it's going to work in the end scene either, but we'll find out. If you don't say, go ahead. I'm supposed to say if you don't say anything. I wanted to romance Aslifer, but his romance has a lot more tricky triggers because you need to have him at -4 in loyalty in order to trigger it. And right now he's at +4, +3, +4, around there. So that's not happening. I was hoping to get it earlier, but... And I've already declined both Kettle and Nefja, so it's only Roskva remaining. A strange smell attracts you to the distant corner of the camp where Roskva is bent over a tray of roots being roasted over a small fire arranged atop a smooth rock. Though the smoke is thin, it stings your eyes and irritates your throat, yet Rosqua seems entirely unaffected. Fully absorbed by her strange ritual, she doesn't even seem to notice your presence. What are you doing? A long moment passes in silence. You're unsure if she even heard your question. Just as you are to repeat yourself, she looks up, distant at first, and then her eyes focuses in on yours. I just remembered an old ritual Haldra taught me a few years ago for a remedy against hay fever. I've been under attack from Mother Nature since we came here. She can tell I don't belong. Is the smoke helping? A small smile, no. A shy smile and a small nod is her only reply. You know much for your age. And you fight remarkably well for yours. I'm no expert, but it seems you combine the relentlessness of a young warrior with the experience of a much older one. Then we are both good at what we do. Perhaps we'll make it after all. Rosqua bites her lip to hide a grin, then her dark eyes suddenly fall suddenly. She wraps an arm around herself. You jest, but there is some truth to it. I often wonder if any of us will make it home alive. We'll be fine. We have you to patch us up when things go wrong, right? She gives you a sarcastic snort, and then seems to realize you were serious. Her look changes for a moment. She looks at you in a very different way. Her tiny fire has gone out. It seems it was only to remind her of something. She plunges ash-stained fingers into the satchel lying next to her on the ground and soon retrieves a dirty flask. Here, this is for you. What is it? She lowers her gaze again and her voice drops to nearly a mumble. A special brew, difficult to make, but its effects powerful. I worry about you, About you, when you fight. I always wish there was more I could do, so I thought of this. I thought it might help you. Maybe one day it'll save your life. Rosqua is brushing her foot idly across the grass, holding onto the flask, looking everywhere except at you. Accept it, wrapping your hands around hers as you do. Thank you. I promise I will use it well. Even under the ashen paint beneath her eyes, you can see the blush quite intensely. Her fingers brush over the inside of your hands as she releases the flask, but she manages to meet your eyes for only a moment. I think I should get back to my duties. I've put them off long enough. Rosqua delicately picks up the tray with her rose roots, brushing off the embers and storing the tray securely in her satchel, which she slings across her shoulder. She manages to do this without looking at you, then she stands, hesitates for a moment, gives you one inscrutably crooked smile before she glides back toward the camp to go back to her tasks. Going to be challenging to get away with how descriptive the romantic scenes have been in the past of this game. You fucking idiot, Nefja. We'll bring our archer of choice with us then instead, I guess. Normally it's always someone else that decides to go complete retard. Never Nefja. Kettle. I'll take this male shirt and we'll compare it here. Compare it. We'll do this. And that gives us male ripper. I forgot about that back in Perth. We'll do it after this, because this is like the penultimate part. Okay. Armed with the knowledge of the stone circle and the pylons of Pictavia, you finally understand the ancient markings. This stone extols the virtues of the warrior of great deeds who was born, friend of the mythical king of Albion. He was slain in battle when he was thrown off a cliff. He was buried where he landed. Since then, a plethora of healing herbs and mushrooms have always grown around his grave. Looks like there's plenty of mushrooms right there. That would be too easy. Another place where mushrooms grow nearby then. Shouldn't be too difficult to find. Yeah. Ingela. The girl is on her feet long before you reach her hideout. Her eyes are red from crying and her fine clothes are soaked with ashes and blood. She stares with fear in her eyes down the blade of a kitchen knife. Stay back! I will not be used for your sick pleasures. I'll take as many of you whore sons as I can with me. With you, whatever. I assure you, I have no part in the attack on your homestead. I'm here from behalf of Constantine MacFergusa. He's worried about your sake. The man behind her shuffles uncomfortably. Those people weren't among the attackers. I would have remembered, girl. Please put down the knife. Slowly lowers her blade. Bitterness enters her voice as she gestures toward the smoldering ashes of her father's homestead. The people who did this were Vikings, like you. What colors did they wear? Purple. Purple and black. Schools. When were you attacked? 5 days ago? Yeah, came in the night 5 days ago. Can you describe their leader? That beast. Big. Bald. Clad in chain. Skaggi. As stated, I would like to scalp his beard. You know him? I know enough that when we catch him, I will flay him alive. They took everything. Father made me run. He made me hide. But even if I hadn't, there was nothing I could have done. We weren't prepared. Where did Stonaker? They took him north. Bressel knows where. One of the warriors struggles to stand. He wears the scars of many battles on his face and chest, and he has recently added a fresh wound to his collection. I am the princess's personal guard. At her command, I follow the Vikings who took her father. I made camp a day's travel to the north, along a cove, along the cliffs of Lake Lochran. They hold a king in a small cave at the base of the cliffs. As you see, they found me. I was lucky to get away with my life. How many are there? So 8 Viking and a dozen Picts. The Picts are poorly armed, but the Vikings are equipped for war. Were there Picts among the attackers? The Vikings sacked their homestead alone, but they travelled with an army of Picts. One of the clans firmly opposed it and rules in the favour of Conall. He's in captivity. Got the old dog, did you? Good for her, but if I hadn't heard of it, the people who hate these Viking bastards haven't either. They fight for him still. We were only tasked to bring the princess to safety. Are you daft? I'm not going to marry my father's captivity. If you want me to get me to Perth, you'd best go save our king. Oh, fine. Give you a seething sarcasm. Her selfless heroism is overwhelming, gracious travelers. Please hurry. I don't know what those bastards are doing to my father. I beg you a moment of time before you leave. I beg a favour of you. Pains me to put my faith in a stranger, but I have to. I have no other resources. I'm not in the business of doing favours.
I understand, and I'll freely admit what I'm about to ask is beneath you, but please, listen. As we speak, looters scour my king's home, and those Marians eaters showed up a few days ago. I lack the strength to chase them off right now. The princess would confront them if I let her, but I cannot risk it. Though it pains me to consider the possibility she may be the last of her father's bloodline. Beg you, will you run those scavengers out while the princess still lives? They are thieves, and every minute they pick through the ashes is blowing against my king's sovereignty and my own honor.
I've been itching for some blood, sure. Thank you. Make an example of them so no one else will come here. Devoted, loyal, devoted, pleased.
The attack was sudden, a well-executed ambush.
So, what are you doing? Looting for salvage. People who lived here don't need it any longer. You shouldn't be looting. You're kind of a dick. Mind your own damn business. So, do we kill? Or do we do diplomacy? And yes, that was a trick question. Oh, I completely forgot we don't have Nefja right now.
Give up while you can still say I yield!
How did that not stun you? Do you not have that, Adis? Am I high? One back, I think you can do. Apparently you couldn't. Bonk.
That hit deserves to be commemorated in verse!
Does it though? I think that fight actually took a turn less because we had Kettle with us. But I think this is like more accurate of how Viking attacks truly were. Because I think a lot of people assume that the Vikings just sort of arrived, they fought, and then they were just better at fighting than everyone else. But the fact of the matter is, they would just come out of nowhere. Damage versus shields. You, I guess. Needs to be a lot of healing herbs around here.
had a nightmare once where I saw our home burned to the ground. Grim fate to inflict upon another.
I do like Adis. She's one of my distinctive favorites because she's just so... She's so grounded compared to the others. Like, all the others are, you know, effectively hardened warriors. You know, to the degree that they can be compared to warriors with, because none of them, outside of Gunnar's the only hardened warrior. Everyone else just had fighting experience, you know? But Adis just brings that, let's call it the civilian perspective, and I think they did a good job of capturing that through the entire story. Even though she's surrounded by the blood and death that we're providing, there was just as much blood and death she's seen throughout her entire life. It's just now she's a part of the group that's sort of causing it. Russell staggers to his feet when he sees you again. What news? The others are gone. Good ones, accept my sword. It's a token of gratitude. I'm not sure it's compared much to your own fine steel, but it's all I have. Pattern welded broad. All my possessions were lost in the fire. Perhaps you can sell it as salvage. Whatever. You know what? Get rid of both of them. 11 salvage. And the Gales. Yo-ho. 3 men and a went out to sea to slay the mighty whale. And Nefja realized she is quite fucking dumb. That's a lot of meat to preserve. Yeah, you can chill, Nefja. Oh, it's the time already. While we're staring at ourselves. As you are preparing to get some rest, your attention is caught by cooing and giggling from the center of the camp. Oh no, it's the kitten! Nefja and Roskva are squatting next to the smoldering remains of the campfire. Fucking kurva. Nefja is something on the campfire on the ground between them. Coming closer, you find that the object in question seems to be a young and scrawny cat with short golden hair. Nefja is feeding it scraps from dinner, which it gobbles up, purring happily. She sure is a hungry one, isn't she? Nefja runs her nails across the cat's back while it eats, and it raises its tail happily in response. Are you such a cute kitty? You're so sweet. Yes, you are. You're such a cute little kitty. Adis Alexis stands on the other side of the fireplace with her arms crossed, frowning slightly. cooing over a cat? Come off it, girl. They're useful animals around the farm, but save your maternal instincts for a real child. She's so soft. Can we keep it? Sure, it keeps the pest out of the sack. Then we shall call her Begool. Welcome to the here, little one. Just remember her purse happily. Adis loses morale, and Nefja becomes happy. The palisades back home have been built. What should we build next? Let's upgrade the thing. And we'll start using our slaves now. We're not quite at the halfway point yet, so there's no real rush yet, but the sooner we get that done, the better. I actually think keeping Kettle with us right now would be very, very beneficial. The next fight, when we go back to Perth, we will definitely want Nefja back in the swing, but right now I'm fine with bringing in the old Kettle. Ugh. I should have gone straighter. Okay, opportunist then. We're still just known as a rogue. Odin's favor, all Norse ally getting to status effect fearless, mental resistance is 100 in conjunction with this, physical resistance is 100. Let's get that. Use your skill with a shield. You just know how to shoot your bow, and I'm completely content with that information. We'll give you heavy sleep, but you just hunt anyway. Which that gives you 3 sessions of hunting now. And we'll pick up this. There's Nimble. Roskva. Nefja. What do we do with Nefja? Suppose we'll quickly grab the next rank in scouting. Go in here. Giving her leadership gives that little bit of added utility to her, so I guess that's not gonna hurt. Yeah, we will. You have that. I think we can start using him in combat now, though. We can try him a bit when we go into Northumbria. See how his class is considered rogue. He's using a Dane axe. Like, what? No. I understand it's because he's got overall just as high finesse and perception that the game is like, he's a rogue. But, like, he's not. It's interesting because when you start with this character build, right, the game will consider you a berserker. In this case, our character is the description here and your overall game class is updated. Because he is a combatant. Adis is a warrior. Rogue huntress, rogue scald, right? Witch, she's the witch, combatant, warrior, Ulfheden. Some of these are more set, but for your main character, you can start off as a leader or a combatant or whatever, and then grow into a different class as your build progresses. So you can start off as a warrior, but end as a leader, as an example. But with this build, you start off as a berserker, and you grow into a rogue. Realistically, I would argue he's similar to him. Of course, it's because his perception is as high as it is. If you swap that stat and add some more there, you basically have Gunnar's build, and Gunnar's build's pretty powerful. Did I spend Phantom's points? I did not. I should have put more points into Witchcraft with him. We will get our next best in slot shield here. Son of a purpose around above is heard as a grey roar from even up here. The smell of the campfire alerts you that you're drawing close to the decision, but you're just as delicate as anyone else, and the voice stop you. But you barely know the man, there's no mistaking Skakki's voice.
I'll hear no more complaints from you, any of you fucking mountain goats. Do I make myself clear? Hulbjorn is due to return tomorrow, and then you have all the sleep you want while we sail. Until then, you stand where I tell you and keep your fucking mouth shut.
There's a grumble from one of the Picts' sentries, followed by a sharp smack as Skaggy's fists connect with his face.
What was that? You look like you volunteered to clean the shithole tonight.
Skaggy's paused for a moment to wait for further objection, but as none are forthcoming, he nods satisfied and strides back toward camp. Hades shuttle startly. Looks like our old friend has a stayed relationship with his local allies. You might be able to exploit that, but if we're smart about it, we should take care of the sentries before they realize we're here. We'll take the sentries from a distance before they close in. We're just gonna do the fitness hard because we're a bastard. You signal for Gunnar to follow you, and together you quietly pick among you the loose stones down toward the sentry. Poor bastard doesn't know you're there until your sack sinks in between the seams of his armor, and the second sentry falls to Gunnar immediately afterward. Wow. Three pigs are clustered around a small campfire, barely settled in strong winds ravaging from cliff. They're dressed in rags and they regard you or you approach wearily. Futile. We take as slaves to serve the Vikings. We were taken from Dunderker's homestead. Now, long before we came here, our home was a small fishing village on the coast of Skjern in the northeast. Have you seen him? So that's who he is. That's the big fella and with a red beard. We saw him taken down to the cove. Is that what she said? Cove, yeah. There's a cave there, not a big one, and half flooded with the tide If he's still alive down there, he won't be in good state. We're about to take camp. Pick and you free. Gunnar has game morale. Gunnar is not a big fan of taking people as thralls. Your Glizzy, you will be sure to spread the word about your deeds. Gales and Picts. Call these to hell upon those bastards. They deserve the worst you can do. There's a mixture of Norse and Pictish tents, but the banner and Belgium school colours declares who's in charge. 2 Picts, 3 Vikings. Since you took out the sentries, you still have the element of surprise. Excuse me, I don't suppose anyone here still thinks they fight for Conall and Mactida. Startled, everyone in the camp jumps to their feet and scramble for the weapons. 2 Picts face you first, curious looks on their faces. I only ask because Kellan no longer poses a threat to anyone. I saw to that personally when I kicked them into the fucking long hall of Constantine. We suspected as much for some time. What are you getting at? Conall can no longer pay you, fight for me instead and I'll reward you for it. How much? We'll just say... Fuck it. First, you come here. Second, you run here. Back, run there. And you here. Thank you. Can everyone take the same path across here? That would make my life a lot easier. Kettle can use that. That. I heard a scream. I had to investigate.
Don't worry, I'm here.
This should be near immune to arrows, right? Yeah.
Shit! Let me take a look.
This must be where Skakki resides. Valkyrie's flower, which is a damn good shield. Now this is a substantial upgrade for Aslefer, so I think Aslefer's gonna get Valkyrie's flower. Nine, 3, 10. It looks nice. Doesn't really look very pagan, but it looks nice. No, why don't we just immediately have Kettle take care of someone? As I mentioned briefly, Skakki doesn't have anything unique about him. He does break this department a little bit. Oh, he does actually have a unique axe. This axe belonged to Skakki. Oh. You're supposed to be able to get it, but you can't get it. That's interesting. It's a weapon of a great quality, yet the details in it's undefinedly crude, as though its creator saw no beauty in its purpose. But he also comes with a sling. But there should be nothing in here that's like particularly... Yeah, there's nothing in there that's particularly unique to him other than the axe. Please. It should be of relative range disposition that he should be able to do this with greater ease, yeah. He got shot quite in the throat and survived. Skakki disappeared. The fighting ends, and once again the steady pounding on the surf, off the surf, is the only sound in the world. You're making sure all your Herman are still in one piece when Gunnar is at a frustrated groan. Curses! Where's Skakki? Your eyes wander across the battlefield and notice check marks it, leading for where Skakki fell, disappearing into the sea. Adis raises a hand toward the horizon. There, look! Already 100 fathoms out among the sea, you see Skakki's bald head rising above the water briefly before ducking under again. Adis' voice carries in notes of admiration. The mad bastard!
Bold move. We'll get him next time. He's not swimming all the way back to Jutland.
He's a bit of a dick. From the look of him, you can tell King Donachair the Dalretha has not been treated with the respect deserving of a captured region. Up to his ankle in blackish water, he struggles to stand straight when you enter. But where you might expect defiance or relief, he meets your eyes with fear and confusions. His very voice is slurred, and his tone unsteady.
No place. No mud.
Yeah.
What do you want? I don't hurt my ass.
Poor bastard needs a bowl of soup and 3 layers of pelt to sleep in. He's dazed. Skakki peoples must have been having fun with their prisoners, the cowards. Start whimpering when you take out your sacks, and continues even after he's been freed. Roscoe produces a water skin from her bag, and all but forces Donnachair to drink. She holds his eyelids open with 2 fingers and examines his pupil. He'll make it. He looks strong and must have taken a lot to break him. Ketil finds an old pelt in the corner to wrap him in, and he seems to calm down slightly. Looks like he can still walk. Harold? Harold, yeah. Now has 6 loyal herdmen. Did you scout 3 times? No. Ketil will know this area because we had him with us last time, so we'll bring him again, and then we'll bring Nefja for the next encounter. I actually think we might need Nefja for the next encounter. Higula jumped into the arms of her father, almost knocking him over. The king's been silent the whole way, the hair, but when he sees his daughter, life returns to his eyes quickly, followed by tears. Vinny, I'm so glad to see you. They told me they'd done horrible things to you. They never caught me thanks to you and Brizzle. I snuck out the back while you held them off. So that's why they took me. Where's your mother? The colour drains from Figula's face. Noticing her disquiet, the Nukara clenches his fist and straightens his back. The princess gently pulls him away in fearful, and a tearful conversation follows in a hushed tone. When they're more or less done consoling each other, the Nukara returns to you, and a red-eyed Fingilla steps a few behind. I didn't quite catch that. Let me reread that. And a red-eyed Fingilla a few steps behind. Okay. I thank you for keeping my daughter safe and sending you to help. Your god didn't send me. Constantine did. Ah, yes, the slight dog that eases any doubts I might have had harbored about this marriage. I owe him much now. I regret that I have but one daughter to give him. Figula punches her father congenely on the shoulder, and he permits himself a half-choked chuckle. They couldn't handle more than one of me. Isn't that the truth? Will you both accompany us to Perth? Nay, I have present matters to attend here. I must go to Barry and inform them that we're still alive. Does Tristan know what happened here? I sent Elliot 2 days ago, so any guess why he hadn't come to our aid. Then we shall go to Blairi and find out. As you can see, I have many things to sort out. This attack raised some questions about our alliances. Rest assured, it's nothing that will jeopardize our agreement with Constantine, and I trust you'll trust us with your daughter then. You say, my father, you earned our trust. You've earned that enough. If it were my estate not burned to the ground, I would shower you in treasure, Vikings, as I understand. I must defer payment. When you and my daughter reach Perth, you'll find my niece, Mel Fabinal. She sells the product of our lands and by the river. She'll reward you for your great deeds. I appreciate that. Let's get the fuck out of here. I'll follow in time for the wedding. Now what's interesting is if we open here and we click on her, he's actually a follower. I can spend points, I can give her tasks, I can do things for her. And more intriguingly, I can give her equipment. I have done that in the past to make, a nice set of mail for her, do various things. Every single part of me wants to give her the cursed mail shirt. Every single part of me. It's not going to be worth it, but every part of me wants to do it. I'm not going to give it. As you can open the cheat console thing. I think that might only be able to be done on the world map. I'm not quite sure on that. Let's see if we can open it on the world map here. I don't remember the key, I'll be honest with you, but as I did it for a little bit, I did it for one playthrough, I just sort of crafted the best I could and gave it to everyone, because I just wanted to play the game, I didn't want to think, I just wanted to play the game. And one of the hitmen with available shift is you. And the other one is Adis, and then there's Figula. So this is all fine, well and good. Because it's not worth spending 9 high just to give her a silly little thing. I might. Spend 8 salvage to make her a bearded axe. But again, it's not my job, it's not my business. In the morning you nearly step Who the hell was that, Fingula? You step in a half-eaten carcass of a mouse which has been left outside your tent. It's your turn to get an offering tonight. You usually leave their prey outside my tent. And catch a few rodents, try to eat a ration. Aren't you glad we kept her? Maybe we'll have to get Kittle. Maybe. But this should be the last part we have done to do here. What did he say? That looks incredibly silly on you, Nefja. Jesus. Will it look just as silly on you? Ew. It looks okay on Rosquil. Because she gets this Celtic dress thing underneath, and that looks fine on her. We're trying to think when the next suit of mail we're guaranteed to get will come from. It will be... pretty soon, actually. Because after we've done this, we're going back down to Euphoric. And we do the first part. It's still technically a bit away, but if we head back to Skjern, we can trade for enough to make another set ourselves, so... Donnaker's niece. Don't need to give you this. Crucible steel swords. Thank you. Best. I was excited for a split second. Do that trade. I can do that trade. Tell you one thing. I don't think we need a crucible steel sword, do we? It's better than this. Actually, here. You can have that on her belt from now on. Have you seen anything like this? That's the blacksmith. Let me take a look at your wear. Don't accept any discounts. He does sell this, but we'd have to dish out pretty much all our valuables to get enough to make one suit of mail armor. How much for about 100 wood? That's not overall bad. let's go see if we can talk to the blacksmith. I don't want to be an expert, but I don't think you're actually hitting the blade. It seems to be going through the anvil. The old blacksmith says as he makes it. Doesn't like you and leans back across his arms, scowling. Who commissioned it? I ain't telling you shit! It belongs to a friend who was taken by the Vikings when he was very young. A likely story. You killed his owners and stole it, didn't you? Let's say we did kill the owner of this necklace. With all that in mind, imagine what would keep happening to your smithy if you don't help us. What sorts of things might go missing? People could get hurt. There's no need for that, I'll tell you what you want to know. Next belonged to Gromlithe, who was married to Lachlan. He headed for their wedding more than 30 years ago. They had a small homestead near the coast, northeast of here. If you didn't kill them, then perhaps they still live there. Usually not sure if you can do same gender romance based on what I saw with because I haven't gotten the one for Nefja or Roskva's actual romance scene yet. Study the will sword. It's kind of hilarious if you do it. She's going to be standing there and nail upon nail upon nail. It's just great. Constantine is eager in some kind of engaged in some kind of strategic meeting with the Gale. Figilla the Gale enters his hall. He immediately dismisses his advisor and walks briskly towards her and draws her into a tight embrace. The name, my little girl. How you've grown. It's good to see you back in Perth, safe and sound. He looks only mildly surprised that the king warmed King's of the King's welcome. Thank you, your majesty. It's only thanks to Trurox here I made it here. Watch the father and mother go. What happened to my emissaries? It's a story. Ugh, you've had a long journey. He snaps his fingers. One of his servants takes Figilla gently by the arm and lead her to the corner of the hall. Shortly after, her groom appears in the door and joins her. Tell me what happened. Other Vikings attacked Donagir homestead and fought him, taken hostage. Fortunately, we are better Vikings. Although he took Donagir and Figilla, do you know why? Thingula escaped the attack, invaded her would-be capture. I think they settled for Donagir because of it. He's a brave and resourceful young girl, if any. I couldn't ask for a finer daughter-in-law. I want you to have this. You've all but secured my reign. 3,000 valuables. And all your followers have gained morale. If it pleases you, cousin, excuse me, there's much more of my still. Here, the guard is by the door. As it looks pleased. That's it. Constantine considers her allies. I can't see how you could ask more of us after this. Allies, what happened to need only a strong ally among the Britons who we can rely upon and apply political pressure during the old thing. Doesn't matter how strong our allies are when they are without influence among the Norse. We have to plan a full-scale invasion from Orkney and take Northumbria and Picts for ourselves. And what do we hope from have of beating these nations? Even 1,000 warriors at our command, we couldn't control and hold 2 kingdoms. Maybe let's not have this conversation within earshot of His Majesty. When we can play the Picts and the Northumbrian against each other. I don't know what that was. Tip the scales so our allies win, just so they think their victory is assured. We strike at them when they are weak. This is somewhat in reference to what you are able to do if you do the Orkney one. We're not doing it like this. We're going to be fighting each nation at full strength. As basically, you can't help one part deal with the other part and then betray them. It's hilarious. But let's discuss this outside the earshot of Constantine. Exchange sheeping glances, they say nothing more. Now, the next step is to talk to them. And I think we will, and then we'll finish Kettle's quest. Future husband, they seem to have known each other for a long time. It's an honor to finally meet you. My father speaks well of you in glowing terms. You'll attend the wedding, won't you? My father has sent word that he's on his way. It'll be nice to have you for the ceremony. And you two old friends. We've noticed that since we're small, our father has been very close ties with each other. Marriage, such conflict will probably be a thing of the past. What the ceremony involve? Blessing. Alright, let's do it. The next morning. I don't really want to read this. The wedding is a series of peculiar rituals. The young bride and groom are handsomely dressed. Are they? Not really. Handsomely dressed. They look at each other like there's no other people in the world. Carstasian beams with pride. He has a lovely speech, and his voice quivers with emotion as he delivers it. Doneke arrived just in the nick of time, causing a slight delay while the horses in his retinue were stabled. He cried when he walked Figula into the hall, and occasional sobs still escapes him during Constantine's speech. Mirden speaks for a long time about the old gods, relaying some story that vaguely seemed to relate to love and marriage, but still managed to keep all the guests captivated. Just as the priest is finally about to seal the whole deal, Grain bursts through the door, her armor splattered with someone else's blood. Attack! Vikings! Why did I lose relationship with the Picts? All eyes fall on you, wide with alarm, but Grain's addressing you like commander on the field. We need you out there, Thradox. You know their tactics! Adis draws her weapon. Skakki, that raven starver! All sentiment is gone from Constantine's voice. Grain, you stay here. Protect my daughter and her soon-to-be husband. You can tell she's weighing her options in her head. Right. Go fend off your kinsmen, Vikings. My people will protect the hall. And I just wanted some fucking alcohol. Yeah, fucking stats. Well. What do we have here? Balki Karsen, Björg Björk, Baroksdottir, Arnkel Rugvisson, Skakki Palli Sveinsdottir, and Sotra Ifyrsdottir. That is 6 verse 6. 6 verse 6. Well. If it isn't my old friend, the Thane of Skjern. We didn't talk when you attacked me, of course. I'm glad to have another opportunity. Neither of us is the talking kind, so let's just get down to business. Good woman. Ha! Fuck you up. Let's get the people we need to the front. We have to remember that Nefja's spear right now is a little bit awkward. So this is actually a very narrow area, but we have to sort of let them come to us before we move. And then with kicks and shunts and blocks and stuff, we can look to try to do something.
bastard got me!
Nefja got light laceration to the groin. Let's get rid of that fire. Can do it. At this point, you don't really have a choice. You do that. Plus a rocket Skakki just for good measure. Oh, thank fuck, someone's carrying water. "52 physical resistance." Okay, we can do this. Good. Oh, you're never killing her. Assist. Yeah, we're fine with that. Don't think Nefja has gotten any semblance of a worse injury as of now. Would love to have Nefja with us at the moment. Fuck! Click there to get Gunnar. I can still kill both of them this turn. That wasn't that bad. And just a moderate laceration to the groin, that's not that bad. Skakki lays dead among his fallen herd. Steely gazed turned to the sky. Nefja spits on the ground. Good riddance. No one will miss that man. It's unlikely even school will. Conall looks approvingly at Skakki's earthly remains. It was a worthy foe. The All-Father will surely claim him. He had a pattern-woven spear on him. I have kept him alive in the past and tried to do things with him. You can't do shit with him. Because he will either kill himself or he will get you to kill him. But maybe we'll do another Viking playthrough at some point in the future. There's nothing to tell a ballad about. Or beat them easily. Miniature from Belief to Happiness. Grace slaps you affectionately on the arm. Sound like a bloody rough fight out there. I thank you for handling for us. Two kings embrace each other, then their children. Then the priest, who looks a little taken by the sudden lapse of formalities. Once again, you save the day. The second time I save my life, my daughter as well. I'll never be able to pay you and your warriors. When this is over, I will shower you in gold. Speaking of which, should we get over with the ceremony? I'm anxious to. He sets the vows later. He pulls you aside. He goes to the feast. Pains me to say this, but I must ask you not to attend the feast. I know you have had nothing to do with that attack, but you have to understand. Typical. Most of my subjects find it difficult to separate you and your people, from your countrymen. That's all. I will make this up to you some other time. I swear I will take this as a means of an alliance is secure. Absolutely. I consider you a close friend, so please take this as promised. And we get another 3k. Known. Warriors for an allies, no such thing. It's very true. It would actually be a massive undertaking because you have to remember, you just see the Picts ships coming on toward the shore. You've heard rumors of this alliance, but you still don't know. You don't know anything about them. It's such a general concern of a situation. Imagine that situation next time you play Crusader Kings or whatever game. You as the player have a lot of additional information, but if you set yourself truly into the eyes of your character you're playing as, all of a sudden you just see troops. You can recognize the colors based on various things. But even if you're just sitting in the southern part of France and all of a sudden you see German soldiers marching through your territory toward Spain, you don't know what they're there for. It would just cause you unnerve, just be unnervous about the entire situation. And it's something I think whenever games do small things like this, I appreciate it. Picts class is unified, and Altria is all a part of our kingdom thanks to you, but a greater threat looms to the south. You have nothing to fear from Northumbria, their throne is disputed. All the more reason to strike now. While their leaders are weak, let Osred and Ethelred bicker over whose head the crown shall fit. Soon it won't matter. Fine. Swear on Mother Grey to fight for me against Northumbria. I will send my warriors to you when the war is won. Talk to Grain. If the agreement suits me, she will shed some lights on the situation with Northumbria. Well, this is it in terms of the notion of what we can gain from them without going to war with Northumbria. And this is all we're going to do for them. Does this create... Resolve the stalemate between Batavia and Northumbria at Dunfris. We're going to have Dunfris take our banner. 75 wood. 25 wood. We can upgrade the herb garden after this. If we don't have the... we're missing one fucking hide. Tell me about the situation. There's a lovely place called Dunfris, just in the north of the old wall. It's changed a lot throughout the years. A few years ago, they decided they had enough being organized under a lass called Alblin, declared independence. And I don't know about Oscar or Ethelred, all that, but we'd probably be perfectly fine to let them do their own thing under normal circumstances. But Dunfris sits within our borders, and Northumbria has sent a Fird there. And we sent a bunch of our own warriors there as well. Alright. Come to Dunfris, find our man Magnus McCretin, tell him Constantine sent you to break stalemate. I'll see when I get around to it. Take your time, it's a deadlock for a year now. Nothing good happened there anyway, probably. Now, I do quite enjoy Alblin. He's quite an intriguing character. And we're gonna enjoy it. It's going to be good. He's a good character. Now, before we set sailward returning yondward towards Skjern, we are going to do Kettle's part of the quest. Head up to the area the blacksmith told us about, and then we will do his quest thing, and then we'll I suppose we'll see on the way, technically, if the monastery is available for being massacred or not. Because the game is trying to, tell us right now that we have good relationship with the Picts and all that, but here's the thing. We don't care. We have a great relationship with them. The Picts they're not a big fan. And don't get me wrong, is that Harold? Nefja is injured. Everyone just got tired at the exact same fucking time. And me. Apparently we ate it all. He looks nice in that mail, doesn't he? Pay me. Pay me. Pay me my money now. Alright. we'll do a slave for that as well. Let's do plain first, and then since we're going to prepare to head to Orkney, see if we can do anything there. There's a lot more to explore and do around here, but we have an issue clicking it. An old man is attending a small kitchen garden with his house looks like it was knocked down by a gale. Rebuilt, knocked down again, rebuilt again with less care. Finally hearing you approach, hearing you when you're almost breathing down his neck, he turns around, jumps back, but sends himself flat against the wall in utter shock. What hell in a hen basket, what now? Do you live here? Aye. Did you have a son and daughter? Did I what? Were your children taken by Norsemen? You're looking for my sister? She used to live here, that's true. Her husband Lanlach was peaceful here back then, before your kind came. An attack. Never saw the men who did it, just the horror they left behind. The house was burned almost to the ground. My poor sister raped and gutted. Her husband dismembered like... Did they take the children? Aye, a daughter and a son. Sirlyth and little Cathal. Was never found. When was this? Must have been 22 years ago this summer. He produces a piece of wool from his pocket and wipes the sweat from the back of his neck. When I was 5. Say, what's this about? I think I'm Cathal, your nephew. You? No, it's not, no. Stop playing with my head. It's impossible. Your age, it's right, the hair, the eye... Nope. Reaches into his shirt and lifts the medallion out around his neck. Oh, no. Lad. Oh. Your mum and your dad are buried here behind the house. Come, follow me. You don't mind if I rob your barrels and shit first, do you? The old man motions toward the grave, then he takes a step back. Engraved upon the stones is a symbol you recognize, the shape of Sepha's medallion. Kettle slowly walked toward the grave. He just stands there for the longest time, just staring at the stones. Join him. The names on these stones means nothing to me. I remember Sepha so clearly, her face, her voice. I have nothing left of my parents, but you know who you are. You're Kethel Mechlechlin. He snorts. That was the name of a 5-year-old boy who was taken from his home, never to be seen again. My name is Ketil, but not called Björnsson. May that whoreson forever rot in Helheim. I can work with Lachlanson, but we'll go with a by name. Yeah, what would you call me? Ketil the Keen. Raises an eyebrow with a smile. That's far more flattering than I expected. I can live with that. With a sudden violent pull, Kettle rips the medallion off his neck and disregards the string and places it on top of his mother's grave. He rests his hand on her stone for a moment, then he stands and looks at the horizon. Alright, I'm done. Let's get out of here. I got the answers I came for, answers for some pretty old questions. I feel like things make maybe a little more sense now. Thank you for coming here with me. What happened to your sister, lad? She was killed 2 years after we were taken. Sorry, Grumlight and Glen were good people. They didn't deserve such a fate. I assumed their children had been killed, but deep down I always wondered. See if we can rob a bit of a monastery. You know, accidentally stab the monk in the face instead of listen to a sermon. I didn't do it, I swear. Light fracture to the chest. What does this fracture to the chest do for you? It reduces your endurance by 1. Not given a turkey, I'll be honest with you. There's still too many people here, unfortunately. It's still possible to win, but you know, it's the first turn you get Tyr's favor on. If you get stunned, you're just dead. They will be lighter defended at one point. But let us go have a bit of a quick nap. Due to the infection, Aegis can't clean the camp. You can clean it for this rest. You can scout. And you can heal her for 6. Yeah. We have 25 meat. Holy shit. I guess Roscoe can do 1 as well.
good decision to claim this place. Your power grows, warriors come to fight. If this continues, soon Britain will be yours.
Basically, Orkney grows in terms of the strength and power when sheep from the highland, herbs from the valley, salt fresh, mostly preserved. That is terrible. See you the next time I do this class. This area does grow, like there'll be a smith over here and things like that. We do want to go talk to this guy, however. And we're going to be starting with doing his segment. Now he runs down to meet you, bowing his head respectfully. Someone in his late 20s, well-worn armor with a ghastly scar along the side of a spear once sliced it open. The Ultra looks honored to meet you. Word of your deeds traveled far. Have we met you? What's your name? My name is Egil. If we had met before, I'm sure I would have remembered it. Been to Skjern? I have, but I'm sure we haven't met. I made camp in Skjern Forest on my way north to join a crew on the ship that brought me here. I think I met your brother. In fact, I told him you were dead. Your brother was there to look for you. I found a dead man under the snow with a sword that he thought was yours. I bought his sword because my own was old and worn, and he was in need of silver. It's a very good deal for me, but it sounds like my old sword didn't serve him well in the end. Probably should go home and find him then. Let him know you're not dead. I will, but... Do go on. I came here on a ship from Vestfold, so in Norway again. We spent the last summer raiding the coast of the Celtic people in the west. Very profitable work. On the way to Orkney, our luck finally ran out. We were ambushed by a group of Picts while camped near the cove, and the Gargos was burned. We managed to drive off the attackers, but without a ship, we were forced to make our way across Pitland on foot, and we had far more treasure than we could carry. After a few days, we found a cave deep down the coast, and then we carried all our spoils of our raid deep into it. Thane and all his bannermen stayed inside the cave for a few more days to set traps, while the rest of us rested outside. Then we made our way back here. Because if I don't trust any of those bastards, everyone is a member is greedy, selfish son of a bitch, myself included. Each man probably already is looking for a ship and a crew, so they can go to that cave and take a loot for themselves. I might consider doing the same, but my luck has run out. Took a hit in the left arm during a fight through the way to Picland, and I can't hold a shield anymore. So instead, I'll sell you the location for the treasure if you want. It's yours for 200 earthling of silver, or whatever you have with you of equal worth. Sure. I didn't mean to say thank you. What is our average morale here? It's still him lagging a bit behind, being open-minded, pessimistic, peaceful, independent. I'm not worried about it, as I said. Even if he's not that particularly keen, he's still going to be useful. Just get him some of this survival utility. 16 points on my end. What the hell can we spend those on? Strider, fucking finally. I want that. I'm not going to put any more points into leadership, to be fair. You can have that. Gunnar, we'll just spend a point here. You don't want low profile because we actually don't use you for the low profile based work. Roscoe, my honey, Roscoe, my darling, Roscoe, my darling girl. One added movement in combat and reduced amount of the armor for you is going to be really good. Kettle. Take that. And backstab. Nimble. Spent your point. Phantom will get witchcraft. Rogue warrior, rogue, elf, then combined. Witch, hunter, huntress, rogue, and scald. Now, I will save it here, and we will call today's stream. And I will be looking to return to Scarborough, where we'll find one of the rocks, and we'll meet the poet for Kyre. And then we have our cause to return to Euphoric. And from Euphoric, we can prepare to head to the chapel in Euphoric to do the mission for the Northumbrian claimant, Athelred. Day and 19 hours, we will have the thing ready. So maybe we'll go there, and then look to potentially go back to Skjern just to look at it. If not, we'll do some more of our missions around this area. Perhaps we'll find out what happened to our father expedition. Spoiler alert. And I'll see you folks next time for Northumbria